2, 1, 2. There we go. Much better. Alrighty. Welcome everyone to day 2 of Mobile GT 2023. On table 1, currently we have Jeff Radigan versus Justin Robbins. Jeff Radigan running Scorchwings. That's what he's running. The rest of his list is mostly irrelevant. It's 8 hordes of Scorchwings, 2 hordes of Center Brace Strider, the Brace Striders, 1 Druid with Bane Chant and Heal, 1 Southlander Veteran Hero, Heavy Infantry, as a Heavy Infantry Hero. Opposite him is Justin Robbins. Justin is running 3 regiments of warriors. He's playing ogres, so I believe these are his 3 regiments of warriors. 3 hordes of ogre siege breakers. 1, 2, 3. 1 boomer chariot, which I believe is this, because it's true. 1 red goblin slasher. 2 berserker bullies, which are a little hard to identify because you got a number of individuals here. There are 2 berserker bullies, 3 ogre warlocks, and a mountain rock. A clusterfuck of ogre warlocks, backed up by fast stuff, some defense 6 stuff, and stealthy aura. So if there was someone that was going to be able to endure 116 shots a turn, this is the list that could potentially do it. He has, for his cast finish, he has lightning bolt. He does have a lot of lightning bolt, so he'll have some counter battery shooting. On our flip table, we have Lex Simon versus Dustin Howard. Dustin at the top of the table. Dustin has Racken. He's bringing a horde of warriors, 2 troops of claw shots, 2 hordes of nightmares, a Vermintide swarm, Tunnel Runner regiment with brute sharpness, like you do. A Warlock with the boomstick, Lightning Bolt 7, Brood Mother, Rain Life, Ryza with Lightning Bolt 5, Bolt 10, yep, goods. And the Formation, which is a Death Engine, 2 Shredders that get to read. Currently, we're seeing terrain set up. The scenario is drilling for oil is a progressive scoring scenario. That means that at the beginning of turn 3, there are objective markers on the table. Every player will start scoring those objectives based on who controls them with unit strength at the end of their turn or the beginning of their turn. With the beginning of the turn, at the end of the game, whoever scored the most wins. There's differences in scoring, so basically it's not just who won the most is going to win a huge win, but if there's a large margin, there will be a bigger win. Before the round start, we're still actually about 3 minutes before we're supposed to be starting, but we are seeing some stuff already getting set up, so I'm going ahead and got us kicked off. Currently, table 1, we're seeing the objectives being deployed. They have to be at least 12 inches going from each other, and at least, I believe, 6 inches away from impassable, include the board edge. Being a pretty good spread on table 1. 2 tokens, mostly in the corner, 2 in the center. All right. Did you swap sides? Oh, okay. All right. Not that it's
Yeah, that's true.
okay. There we go. For the start of deployment here, we got Horus Scorchwings. I expect to see a lot more of those coming to you very soon. Trench a little bit more here. All right. All right. While they're getting started with deployment, looks like Jeff has already dropped another horde of mutants. Just didn't see at the moment. Two words of Scorchwings down on opposite forms, already touching objectives, already ready to ogre formation that is going to struggle to be split. Flipping over to the Dustin versus Lex table. They've switched sides, so I'm going to switch the names around. Thank you. Whoever nudged the table, thank you. That was good. Table 2, we have Lex Simon now at the top of the table, and Dustin Howard at the bottom. And this is scenario is drilling for oil. It's a modified objective scenario where progressive scoring is in play. So at the start of turn 3, whoever controls these objectives is going to be able to score points. They score a point for each objective they control. Both players do it at the start of their respective turns. Provides a pretty big incentive for the first player because it's at the start of the turn. So the first player, player 2 potentially at the end of round 2 could at least deny certain scores, but player 1 likewise can also prevent player 2 at that point from the rest of the game. So it's tricky, but I would still give a slight edge to player 1 because it forces player 2 to push them off objectives rather than be able to dictate how they're going to score. Table 2, we've got basically a split for the styles of this. Since table 2 is Dustin Howard's slightly more shooty heavy racket list versus the very fast strike, all Alohi flying circus Celia list that Lexipur. That would be a very interesting matchup to watch because both very exceptionally good players. Terrain looks like they both put the hills central and the forest basically off to the side where they won't really impact the game that much. I think both their armies don't want to have the forest full because the shooting army doesn't want to take cover penalties and the fast army doesn't want to take hinder. But I would argue that the bottom of the table would have been better for us because of the cover opportunities. So, good on Dustin to choose to flip the table sides there. Hey, what's up, Jason?
What's up, Matt? Isn't this a little early for you?
Okay. Oh, good days, man. All right. I had a monster, now I don't know where to put it. Might go hunting that down in just a second for that reason. Looking back at table one and the deployment, we've got what appears to be a second Scorchwing horde on the far left. Scorchwing horde at central. Centaur horde started on the right, one of the two Centaur hordes. The bottom of the table with Justin, it looks like we have a regiment of ogres deployed behind the impassable terrain, blocking terrain more accurately. We have regiment central here. We have what I believe is one of his two hordes of siege breakers. Does he have three? He has three hordes of siege breakers. So all the hordes of siege breakers makes it easy. Got one of his siege breaker hordes here, one of them here. So it looks like, and I do think this is a good strategy. I'm actually a little surprised Jeff didn't flop the tables. I actually think Jeff would have benefited more from flopping the table. But currently, he's going to anchor using this piece of impassable, this piece of impassable, and try to stretch out just enough on either side to start scoring. He'll probably only move this up when he absolutely needs to start scoring this. What the Warlocks does is Scorch Dart, so that's interesting. I don't know if I'm discussing that, but the two forests in the center are going to be interesting. They're prohibited for Jeff's shooting, but they're not prohibited for his combat. And those two central objectives are going to be pretty vitally important. However, the Ogre Army does have to stay really compact in order to make the best use of both all of the Horde Warlocks, as well as the Regiment benefits. Stacks on. Still has to stay compact. And he also needs it for the stealthy bubble pretty badly because he has to make sure he's not shot. Does have the safety bubble. It does have the 9-inch one, so it's going to get a little bit more room to maneuver. My concern at that point would actually be if he doesn't deploy the chariots correctly, especially if they don't have cover, I would shoot them. Have the minus concentrated fire, even stealthy. I could definitely remove. Now that said, with 18-inch range of the Scorchwings, he's going to have to get close for that. Potentially too close, potentially within charge range, or at the very least, mass lightning bolt spam range. So this is definitely one of the better lists, at least conceptually, that I think could potentially beat this. The high defense 6 siege breakers in front, combined with the heal and drain. Well, it's drain life, so the heal's not coming in at least until things get close. But the lightning bolt, specifically with how much of it is available, is going to be a deterrent for all the sports fights. And they're not low defense, but certainly vulnerable to that type of counter battery. All right. I think we're seeing our first couple drops starting to come down. I think that's a Phoenix. I think this stuff in the override can actually has been applied. So we have a Phoenix. I don't know if that's an ancient Phoenix or not. Certainly a normal Phoenix plus enrichment with a Loki. I believe Lex's list is for his normal Loki. They're all still defense 5. One of his words did the swap. It's crush 2 and defense. In addition, it has Bird Sharpness. It's hitting on 2s with rushing 2. An interesting spread with the objectives. I actually think this, at least in terms of how the objectives are deployed, I would actually give the edge slightly to Dustin. My reasoning for that is that if you got Loki, you can't just abandon this objective. So you want to be able to swing over and hit all his shooting, but his shooting can just park on these and shoot across. I think Dustin's going to look to mostly just try to pick enough stuff up and then shoot 1 or 2 units across late game to get some of the last score to top over. But Lex's best opportunity, I think, is to leave a non-consequential fast unit. So basically, his Phoenixes realistically are probably going to park here, 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 and here, respectively. When they take all of those, at that point, all of the Elohi sweep across and do the Alpha Strike and attempt to actually just break through Dustin. So that, again, that game is going to be interesting and fun to commentate. Looking forward to it. I was hoping to see the cagey match between Lex and Jeff. We might get that next round. See? I'm going to let that play out for 2 seconds here while I find my morning caffeine. I get too entrenched here. But I enjoy those sweet sounds of Lex and Dustin talking shit. Cool, didn't have to wait long for that. Hiding just out of sight. Outside of the mark. Looking at the stuff that is visible and is deployed, so I can kind of highlight for you the 2 different what the actual units are going to be on the table. Looking here at Dustin's list, the tunnel runners are going to be fairly obvious. We've got, I believe these are claw shots. Let me check his list. No, he has 2 claw shots, so one of those is one of those is I started to tell. Yeah. Not sure I can actually tell you which ones are tied. These are claw shots, so I think this is one tied. It has 2 Hordes of Nightmares, which I believe are here and here, respectively. Warlock here with the Moonstick for that 7. That's going to be incredibly difficult to spot on this table. I believe that's this. I believe that this is the shredder, this is the shredder. And I'm guessing this is the jet engine spewer. And I'm guessing he deployed it sideways mostly just to troll Lex a little bit. Because ultimately he's going to redeploy all of them because of the formation. So he just put them on the edge of the table literally just to say, I have 3 drops, go. Of course, well, if that situation alleviates itself, then feel free to jump in and out at any time. All right, looking across the table, Lexus seems to be. I think he put all his regiments very tight in front. That's actually a really compact formation. So he's got regiment, and I'm pretty sure another regiment there. I'm not sure which of the 3 Alothi is supposed to be the +1 to hit one. If I had to hazard a guess, it's probably the one on the far right with the extra spite fancy wings and currently hidden from shooting. Leaving the 2 Phoenixes, or one of his 2 Phoenixes here, other Phoenix here, and I'm pretty sure this is meant to be his ancient Phoenix. I will go confer with him if I want back over to him. They've started. So deployment, again, may not even seem that thing at first, but we got Scorch Wings, Scorch Wings, Scorch Wings, Scorch Wings, Scorch Wings, Scorch Wings, Centaur Horde. The Ogre list, as we said, has really made use of these 2 pieces of passive terrain to effectively bunker themselves in. It does look like they're gonna. It's like Justin is taking position to try and secure 3 objectives. So I generally like this plan. We got 1, 2, 3 as the objectives. So he's going to dart in or contest this one over here. That does, at the very least, force Jeff to fight, I think. So I think this is the right call. I don't know that I would have done it this early. I think I could have waited at least a turn before pushing out. He doesn't need to be on those objectives until turn 2 or the top of beginning of turn 3. So he can position, try to stay further in cover, make it harder to take shots at. Yeah, so definitely think he is actually staying a little bit more conservatively back. Some of the stuff, we're going to have to see how he positions. Keeping the siege breakers in the front so that defense 6 wall to the face. Absolutely the right thing to do. With this is, again, I'm really surprised by Radigan's decision to stay on that side of the table. Because this piece of terrain, this piece of terrain, this piece of terrain, and this hill all are pretty conductively favorable for Justin. The only downside is this, but his army is so small that he actually can fit the limited space that he's got to work with there. Between these pieces of terrain being in the positions that they are, that does provide extremely limited, and I wish I could draw on these things. I'll have to come up with solutions for that. But basically, he has arcs of fire that are limited to here, here, and here, unless he wants to take massive cover penalties for shooting over the hills. And Justin is very carefully funneling himself into, in most of the cases, using the forest for cover here, forest for cover here. It's going to limit what can actually get a shooting lane here. And with limited shooting, that'll help negate a lot of this. Plus, it's also negating line of sight, so it's helping to prevent charges from these units, make it a little bit harder to engage. So, yeah. Said, it's still going to be interesting. It's going to be limited by certain objectives. So I do think this is correct. This is just the right amount, I think, to make sure that he can't just get this freely. He's got to try for it. And here's the thing. He can do this and then just pivot. Yep, here it comes. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 sportsmen. Actually, put the table number as well here. Table 1. To really get that across. So yeah, we're going to see some incredibly skillful play here, basically making sure to take position. Yeah. Jeff's biggest thing here is going to be to make sure that he doesn't get multiples. What rest of the army? No. He has 2 centaur hordes. So 2 hordes of centaurs. He has a salamander clan lord, I believe. Or it might be a battle captain. I think it's only a battle. Salamander veteran hero. Which is similar to a battle captain, I believe. And then he has a druid with Bane Chant and Heal. If I had to guess where the druid is, I think it's there. The other sports things. This is the Lone Wolf special character. Actually, I take that back. This is most likely Salamander. That's the Lone Wolf special character. The druid is really hard to see, but I think it's just in between. Just between the centaur hordes and the sportsman. We're definitely outside of deployment, though. We are now, I believe, at the bottom. 1. So he's just positioning things. Again, you can see this is already the threat range of the centaur hordes, so he's already threatening these objectives. Scorchwings are as well. So if the ogres come towards you far, he's going to be able to pounce with everything simultaneously. And if he picks up enough stuff at the same time, then it's going to effectively neuter the warlocks, even with their ability to cast spells. I do think that engagement will come late. He's going to limit how much the warlocks are actually. As long as he's scoring this objective, and this, he'll stay even. I think if he starts losing this objective for any reason, he'll pounce early and contest this one and overwhelm it, basically, just for sheer amount of unit strength. Because while the ogre list does have a decent unit strength, Scorchwings are rocking 32 unit strength to Justin's 24. So he has unit strength to spare just to literally throw it on the objectives. This may come down to a less exciting game and a very technical game, I think. We'll find out as we get into turn 2 there. The other table. So they have, looks like, finished deployment and started shooting. So it looks like it's Dustin Howard's turn 1. Top 1. Looks like Dustin has actually dealt a pretty decent start of damage to this Loki regiment, enough that he's actually shooting other units, because you never want to split fire against Basileia. With Iron Resolve being in the picture, splitting fire is just effectively giving Lex free wounds back. So the fact that he's rolling nerve here, I'm pretty sure he's picking up that regiment. Yep. Like, he probably already had it close to double ones there. So an early pickup by Dustin, first turn, deleting a regiment. Pretty big, because Lex doesn't have a lot of unit strength to spare, and he needs those to be able to shield his stuff from the rest of the army. Dustin being smart and not wasting any effort on Phoenix. Just picking up, putting enough fire into other things to delete them, focus firing those. But he's only going to get 1 or 2 turns to do that if Lex plays this right. He needs to come forward pretty aggressively, but he doesn't want to go too nuts. Like, it's going to be a very good balancing act. He needs to get close enough so that he can come in from all directions at the same time. You basically need that overwhelming surge to just really come in and delete everything. If not that, for whatever reason, if you cannot get the overwhelming surge, they need to be able to at least get enough force concentration on one particular part of the army to basically punch a hole and start sweeping the flank. So he either needs to hit basically the entire front line simultaneously, or he needs to hit one section of Dustin's front line with a lot of force. That may sound like I'm oversimplifying that, but the general gist is that if he hits it simultaneously, it's going to pin everything in place, and then he's just going to run through his superior combat prowess on the units. If he hits one side of it, he can then start sweeping the flank. That's going to really be the tactical decision for Lex and how he wants to approach this. The worst thing you can do against this type of is to send stuff in piecemeal. There's enough fighty units in Dustin's list that I think if he sends too much stuff, like if he sends in just individual regiments to try and buy time for 3 boards, I think he loses too much in that approach, and then the boards won't have the regiments will be picked up by Dustin's combat options, and Dustin still has enough chaff pieces to effectively block his hordes up. Plus, there's a non-zero chance that Dustin continues to pick up regiments below and basically drain Lex down here. It's going to be interesting. All right, so moving up the other horde of Loki there. Speed 10, no nimble, does mean that they're a little bit less flexible in their movement. So he only gets a single pivot, and he can't march if he's doing it. That is going to slow down their approach. I think that's why he's utilizing the skill the way he is. He's trying to approach slower. Force concentration here looks like the vast majority of Lex's stuff is using the hill for cover against the majority of the shooting coming out of Dustin. Still have the Death Engine Spewer on the far side that might be able to sneak in some cheeky shots, but they should still be covered. And then you've got the Nightmares are still well out of range, but they're definitely just waiting late game for the Elogi to come in close if they have options to either turn and just breathe fire over everything. This is actually going to very quickly go top of 2, so I'm actually going to predict by the time we get back that it will be top of 2, because Lex is not going to have a whole lot of shooting. It'll mostly be some heal to pick stuff back up. Shifting back over to our table 1. Scorchwings on the left are using, again, the hill for cover and positioning. On the right-hand side, we've got one that's very cleverly positioned itself behind this. That allows us to dive out and contest this, potentially. I don't think Jeff will pull the trigger early. But as a late game trigger, if this unit does not come up to the full edge of this objective, then this unit strength alone will contest it and can prevent any other unit strength from getting in range, therefore potentially at the end of the game preventing a score that can vitally cripple Justin from winning the game. On the flip side, Jeff has positioned his centaur for it's basically to try and deny this objective here. I think Radigan actually may throw in there's a non-zero potential chance here I see of him actually sacrificing the entire horde just to deny this objective, killing horde siege breakers while they're doing it, and therefore winning the game because Justin will start falling behind, taking points with progressive scoring. Score this, but he'll fail to score this one. So Jeff will be getting 1, 2, 3. He'll be getting 1, 2, and then this objective will sit either contested or potentially even in Jeff's favor, depending on the situation. It's going to be interesting to see how that pans out. The big thing Justin's going to have to decide is how to use his counter battery shooting. It's not going to be effective against the hordes, I think, even with the volume of it, for the same reason that Jeff's going to have difficulty shooting into the, we'll call it this corpse, or props, or whatever the word is, this entrenched position of terrain. It's going to be interesting to see if Justin will have difficulty shooting out of it, while also maintaining cohesion to get those maximum benefits for the warlock abilities to get those big lightning that he needs to pick up some of these units. Justin wants to basically play a ranged shoot off because he has the sustain between the shroud, so the full stealthy bubble that's covering his whole army, and warlocks to potentially just start picking up Scorchwing units, even though they're now defensive. Yep. And there's the traditional removal of the trees as the game gets beyond an initial setup because we need to be able to see the very specific dimensions of the forest, and now we're going to start playing within the forest. And there's that check. Back to table 2 here. Justin figures out what those turns are going to be long and meticulous. Specifics of some of those moves are going to be lost. Looking at the shooting coming out of Dustin, Dustin's taking some early game position play. Oh, that's Scuds. I see that. This is Scuds. Using the ability to shift through your own units to position the tunnel runners in front to soak up a charge. That's interesting. As I say, the tunnel runners will definitely be in range, so things are going to start hitting. It looks like Dustin's more comfortable losing the tunnel runners and sacrificing them for play, as long as he can get another round of unimpeded shooting. I don't know that there's still a troop The Loki up there. Maybe Dustin's plan is to try and focus fire it down and remove it from the table before it's relevant. There's still this troop of, a regiment of Loki here that could potentially flank this Nightmare Horde. And normally I wouldn't think much of it, but that's a pretty big win if he denies Dustin this point and kills one of his better units with just a troop. I don't know that he kills it. That's kind of the only saving grace here. I'd have to do some quick checks on how much rally it currently has, because they start at 1460, but potentially go up to 1618. Dustin's not running the Tangle, so he's not going to get Fury. And I don't think Lex has easy access to Baneshan. Without Baneshan, I think between only being Prussian 1 with hitting on 3s, I think the Nightmares can actually survive that charge. So make 18 attacks on 3s and 4s. So we're looking at 12 hits and 6, so they should be fine. A good chance to not even be wavered. Which really speaks to like what makes Nightmares a good and interesting unit, because I'm going to actually use this time to go on the soapbox and say that Nightmares are one of the best shooting artistry in the game, because they defense 5, not 4, and that actually does make a huge difference. Makes them much tougher to engage, because they can soak charges. So they could, if that unit was defense 4, that's a much different combat. They're taking 2 more wounds at 8, that's a much better chance to get that waiver. So, anyways, I think Lex just has too much stuff that even though he'll take some pretty nasty damage when he gets close, he'll just have enough to overwhelm Dustin's position. Scuds might be able to hit 1 pretty hard. Kryza might be able to hit 1 pretty hard. But I don't know. Well, if you get out of Arc of the Colossians, I'd say maybe there'd be a better option here. But without Nimble, it's a little bit harder to play the Basilian Flying Circus, so it's definitely a difference. Back over to tape 1. I might here for a brief moment while I finish the rest. But Justin is positioned to take the 2 objectives and at least call it a face-off over the 3rd objective. So he's clearly playing to make sure he has both of these. That's very important. It's going to be interesting to know which ones they're considering. There's some bonus points at the end, which actually could be pretty important depending on how close these scores go. It's really hard to get giant wins in this scenario just because of how it's set up. So I'm actually curious what obviously this is the center token. You do get a bonus 1 point at the end for controlling this token. You also get a bonus point for controlling your target token, which I believe for Jeff, he said it was this one, and for Justin, he said it was this one. So makes it hard. The other option is middle table edge. I'm not sure which one on Jeff's side is being considered the middle table edge. I'm actually going to ask him before we get too deep into this game. Fine. All right, so confirming with them, they have clarified that this token in the upper left-hand is what they're considering the closest to Jeff's center on his side of the table token, meaning that it is almost incredibly unlikely that Justin's. So with that being the case, this one is most likely center opposite. So that one I think will be a wash. Neither of them can take the opposite center, which leaves the center token being the vital one to play over, as well as this one for Jeff specifically. So it's going to be intriguing. Here we're seeing some of those early lightning bolts getting 1, 2, potentially 3. Looks like they'll be covered. One of them may not be covered, but because of its own unit, potentially. Oh, I see actually what he's doing. I don't actually even think he can get close to them unless they're tall. I guess he's lasering like through this gap between the forest and here. Because otherwise, these centers are like height 4. I'm just going to see that. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, no height 3, so his own stuff should be providing him cover. In fact, line of sight blockage might be the biggest issue for him here, where he either is having to try to lightning bolt things further back, or he's taking covered shots wherever he is. Here we go. Sword Slade's coming around the corner. Again, they're going to have to debate fighting this warrior regiment. The big thing, if he plays it too aggressively, potentially these characters can turn lightning bolted. Can't charge, but he could move forward and shoot. Take the charge, or he's just going to walk forward, pivot, and shoot? That's the question here. Starting off the scoring is pretty important. It looks like he's going to be patient about it. So looks like he's going to come forward and check to see if he's within 12. He's currently 12. Looks like he's either okay with that, or he's just out, and it's just hard to tell from the angle. But now it looks like he's going to be able to shoot. So it looks like that's what Jeff's going to come forward and do. He's going to come forward, position, and start shooting the regiment. Links it off, then he'll be able to base from his park and start scoring off this objective. I actually don't know that I'm fully in favor of this. See, this is definitely a bottom of 2. Round 2 is early. We're in the bottom 2 on table 1, and I'm sure Dustin Howard is still doing his turn on that table. But given that this is going to be an interesting turn, because at this, let me check. Works absolutely batshit crazy scenario here. It's at the end of a player turn. Okay, so it's not at the start of a player turn. That does make things different. So it being at the bottom, actually, I think gives Jeff a huge advantage. Initially, I thought that it was at the start, but now that it's at the bottom, suddenly I'm kind of like, okay, Jeff doesn't have to go here, start here. He can wait until Justin's turn. Justin will either have to move forward to contest it, or he'll park here, but then Jeff can spend 2 turns shooting this warrior regiment, basically. So a turn now, shoot it, see if he kicks it off. If not, next turn, move forward, claim the objective, start and shoot it, then he's scoring. That also means that Justin will have to come forward next turn onto this to actually start scoring it, and at that point, again, we might see an early pounce from Jeff. We'll see. Hard to say, but there is the Red Goblin Slasher. It can move forward, and it does have a War Trumpet, so that is significant. That will do a lot of damage to Light Independent Scorchlings. But I think this is going to take some real clever piloting on Justin to prevent all the potential charges. Because again, if he can potentially, if he plays it really well, my biggest thing would be he needs to use this forest, but I don't think he can because with one pivot, if he goes just past the line of sight of this or the centaurs with this unit, if he's using the forest, he's going to get flanked through it and they'll hit him. Which means he either needs to bring a second unit up to soak the area, or if he moves forward into the forest, nothing that Jeff has cares. So, let's see. With that. Dustin side, it does look like he finished his second half of shooting. But look at the shooting, it looks like both regiments of Loki on the hill got plinked off. Which is going to make it again further difficult for Lex to engage. It looks like Dustin's shooting is just heavy enough that Loki aren't able to close the gap fast enough and safely enough to actually engage. Some of this I feel might have been mistakes in Lex's deployment. It's a little hard to tell. Some of it may have just been caution when coming across the table. Some of it may have also just been not knowing how much damage the volume of shots was going to be. I will DM you a picture of it because that's my best option for getting turning back. The scenario is bonkers. But it's actually two parts effectively, because one, you have to know how to score points, and two, then you have to know what that actually translates to at the end of the game. Which is not just that you're scoring points, but also that you then have to calculate differences. Really not going to send sideways. Hold on. Ignore that. I'll fix that for you. I have to rotate them in the gallery. Oh, for a second, I thought Brad McKay had shut up. Yeah, I think looking at Lex's game, not to ditch the commentary in favor of getting me out of his scenarios, but I think Lex needed to deploy his stuff a little bit more to where he could march up on the first turn. I think taking cover, there's not enough of it. And I think if he had just aggressively shoved forward, it would put Dustin in a position where he either has to charge units to block stuff up, or has to shoot them. But if he shoots them, it can't be wavered. And then he just doesn't have enough time to kill all the stuff. But now, because of Dustin's volume of shooting, I don't know that Lex has enough stuff left to properly engage into Dustin's army, which is why he's now huddling on the hill. This correctly organized. That's bam, bam, set. Excellent. Lex is shuffling his stuff behind the hill. It looks like he is going to try to set up for, like, he's basically just blocked all line of sight. It looks like the Phoenix may be towing the hill, so it's a little hard to tell if that was intentional or not. He is at least marching on the side that does not have the Death Engine. So maybe it's just been the Death Engine just getting some really solid hits. But yeah, two regiments of Loki picked up that early in the game from Lex. No output from them is pretty rough. Swapping over to table 1. It's at the bottom. All right, so after some clarification, because the scenario is a little bit bluntly written, and we were making sure to get things right there. It is indeed scored at the top of the round. Scoring, yada yada. Aggressive scoring. Those can noted at the game. Turn 3, beginning of each player turn before movement starts happening in stream. So yeah, it's a case where a scenario listed at the end of the turn, but the actual hack explains aggressive scoring as the start of the turn. So there was some conflicting info there, to say the least. However, we clarified it to it is supposed to be the start of the turn. That's important here, because now I definitely don't quite give same edge that I would have previously. It's still going to be really interesting to see how Dustin sets this up. That does mean that, again, I feel like a pounce is going to have to come earlier because otherwise Justin will get just too large of a lead to overcome it. So if Justin manages to start contesting these three objectives, start scoring consistently, starting next turn, and Jeff won't. Currently, both players have scored 2 points, basically. Or starting right now, both players can score 2 points. I'm going to try my best to keep tabs on that. Top 3. Add another tracker here. Aggressive score. Sorry, hold on. This is aggressive score. Jeff 2. Jeff 0, technically, to get really functional about it. Jeff 0. Justin 2. Hopefully that is visible to people. I'm going to leave it at this one because I said I was going to go to the restroom like fucking 30 minutes ago at this point. We are looking at the table. Justin's setting up to potentially get 3 points at the start of his next turn. Jeff will get 2 points at the start of his turn, almost certainly. It's really going to come down to, I think, there's going to be a big fight over this token. But also potentially this token. And also potentially this token. There's a lot of ways that Jeff can maneuver that army to do whatever. But next turn, I'm going to be super excited. I'm going to let them keep positioning that. I will put that where it looks like Dustin's actually rolling to kill shit. Yes, because Dustin went first. All right. I'll be right back. Progressive score, that's going to be tricky to actually check. Let's see if I can't get us a. Two. Ignore that. God, what have I done? be right back. Unmute myself. Okay. Looking at game here, they're actually somehow only in turn 3, which feels like incorrect somehow. But I did see that Dustin had 3 points currently. To Lex's presumably 2, given that it looks like that regiment of Loki perished before he was able to score, since it's at the start of the turn. So this is actually bottom of 3 somehow. But looks like Lex is going to just start committing. Getting in there, getting that kill, getting that fight. Really back over here to table 1. Looks like some damage was done, but I don't see. Alright, so at the start of Jeff's turn, he's going to score 2 points. Alright. So just make sure I keep a good track of the turns on this one. We are in fact the bottom of 3. Jeff will score his 2 points. But the pressure is now on for Jeff to at least start scoring there, which it looks like that's going to be the game plan. If Jeff starts scoring there, that keeps him at least keeping that 3-3. And he doesn't have to engage around the 4th one. However, if he does choose to engage around the 4th one, he potentially starts racking up a lead there. The thing here is that there's no kill or attrition difference based on the scenario. So Jeff could actually throw away his entire army into the gauntlet as long as the ogres don't get to the other objectives at any point in this game. As long as Jeff just takes a couple key turns of points away from the ogres and doesn't lose the Scorchwings that he's got entrenched in the corners, then I think Jeff wins by default. It's going to be a little bit interesting to see how that plays out. It looks like Jeff is moving in to just take. He's going to charge the Ogre Warriors who weakened last turn. And then he's going to position his second Scorchwing unit to make sure that he takes the objective. I'm cautious about that, but they're going to do that. Then potentially unfortunately, not pivoting just yet. I'm just clarifying that is, yes, that is his defendant. That is his lizard. Probably his salamander veteran. Is going to at least start contesting characters. He might be able to get in there and punch them or punch some of the other ogre warlocks, deny some of the ogre counter battery shooting. I actually really like this unit of Scorchwings being here. I don't necessarily like it being facing this way still. I actually think it should turn to face the bottom of the board almost exactly. That gives Jeff a lot of flexibility as to whether or not he needs to dart. Like, let's say that Justin gets a lucky lightning bolt and picks up either this unit or this unit. If this were facing down, then Jeff could turn it to the right, effectively dive on this objective when he needs to re-secure it, turn to the left, dive on this objective. That said, I think that the real critical thing here is that neither of these units can be lost in a game that's going to be incredibly close. I almost feel like this unit will come around just to start threatening things. But these two siege breakers almost feel out of position. So, and I'm sure Justin kept his stuff just out of reach here. Either that or this one wavered. I don't think any of this stuff wavered. But like, so we're starting to see this charge line up. Single unit of centaurs. Curious if Jeff can actually reach this unit with these scorch wings. Yeah. It's going to be a long turn, I suspect, because I do think Jeff wants to engage this turn. I think it's the correct thing to do, and I think it's the optimal play here to engage. I don't think he wants to go for the one left. I think he just antlers in. It comes down to, because it's still the bottom three. I don't know how much pressure, how many wounds are on those units that Jeff has on the Centaurs, so I don't know how much pressure he's under. I do think, because it's progressive scoring, as long as he doesn't lose too many things too quickly, it's fine to not jump in. He could wait to jump in and take a small win. He could jump in early, kill some big targets, and take a bigger win. But if he jumps in too early, loses too much, and then has an open field to lose the Scorchwing scoring his other three key objectives, which that's the big thing. He only needs to deny a couple points here and then fly over. I like this with the Scorchwings coming around and pivoting to presumably present another threat that either the Warlocks are going to have to focus fire on or something's going to have to turn the face. And it's going to make the Warlocks have to really consider where they're positioned. So I have a 20-inch charge range. He should be able to, with good spacing, prevent them from landing and hitting the Warlocks. That's probably how I would handle that situation. Basically, Justin he's having to box as hard as he can box. And he's doing a good job. He has layered really well. He's boxed really well. It's large infantry characters that are helping preventing some large footprints from engaging. There still are engagements open, but he's definitely limited in how many of them there are and how good those engagements are. Flipping back over to table 2. So looks like Lex has engaged. He's come in, he started smashing some stuff. Looks like he's got his 2 units of Loki. They are smashing into Dustin's Tunnel Runner unit. I suspect the Tunnel Runners are not long for this world. Even rallied Yeah, there's 2 dice for the moves there. That should be a dead tunnel. But again, I'm not sure that that was necessarily a move to uh, free himself there. If anything, with Scuds there, that actually complicates things. That corner, I think Scuds will still be on the front there, which is okay. The other issue is going to be the Phoenix, making sure that Scuds is on the front of the Phoenix. That's actually really hard to tell from the top down. I think he's fine. I think if we draw a line going from here straight down, basically, because the Phoenix is almost perfectly 90 degrees for its arc at least, I think Scuds is in the front. So if we try to Scuds in the front, then it should be fine. This is definitely not a terrible position. It does mean he either has to grind out against Scuds or grind out against presumably Kryza. I can't imagine that this is not Kryza right here. This is the other big one. If these nightmares can now turn, pivot, and burn all the stuff over here potentially, he doesn't have to worry about this other Horde of Loki. There are still this Horde, and because at the start of the turn, Lex can score this and then move out. However, those Loki are going to have to take a shit ton of covered shots from Dustin's stuff before they can engage. The Hordes are significantly tougher than the regiments, but not by a huge margin. We'll see how that engagement goes. This should now be top 4. I don't think Dustin's going to be doing a lot of moving here. He's just going to keep flanking stuff off until there's not enough stuff left to score on Lex's side of the table, and then Dustin will start taking bait, which looks like it already happened. Dustin also very cleverly there, you can see that in the bottom left corner, using a singular horde to score 2 different objectives. So consistently getting those extra points, and that frees up an extra unit for him to go do stuff with. Definitely an advantage of those horde infantries. And good setup of tokens. While Dustin is maneuvering, I'm going to throw so flashy. So could be here in a minute. But I'm going to flip back over. I'm also going to take a look at their scores and make sure that their scores are correct here. But I'm going to actually flip back over to table 1. See that Jeff is starting to look at those engagements again. This is going to be a very critical and pivotal turn, I believe. So it looks like Jeff has already fully committed. So like this Centaur Horde has gone in. So Jeff is committing. And I actually think this is the correct move. I think by committing here, he's going to be able to deny it. It doesn't need to be a whole lot. It just needs to be 1 or 2 very specific turns. Yeah. So 1 or 2 turns of just denying a little bit of that score to the rest of the scoring scenario. And I think Jeff will win by default. Or it'll come down to can the Warlocks manage to sneak some lightning bolts onto things that are very far away and hidden. Jeff may only commit a little bit at a time. Maybe with the Bane Chant on the Centaur Hordes, he'll just try to plant, blow through the Siege Breakers in 1 turn. The Centaur Hordes, with the ability to be Bane Chanted, they can potentially be crushing 2 Thunder 1, and with Pathfinder, they'll hit on 3s and wound on 3s against defense 6. 24 attacks, It's not a guaranteed kill by any measure, but it's going to hurt. It's going to be 11, 12 ish wounds, give or take. So you're looking at a 4 to wave with a 6 to break on average. Should be. Assuming he gets the Bane Channel. Misses the Bane Channel, and he's in trouble. But I think it's a good play because that'll guarantee that they'll deny Justin from scoring. He might lose the Centaur Horde in return, but he'll deny Justin score, and that's really the key. Anyway, I'm getting nice watching. All right. All right, we are into the combat. There's some hullabaloo about the Bane Channel, so I don't know if it did go off or didn't go off. We're going to find out. Looks like there was some shooting that did not completely plink off a unit, but did do some damage. All right. Scorchwing's back there, kill a unit. All right, so picking up that over warrior regiment secures that bottom left Zogu Jeff pretty handily. That means they're already looking at pretty much a draw by default, again, unless those warlocks really start getting in there and hit Scorchwings. Jeff's positioning of them is going to make that a little bit difficult. They are essentially positioned. But unless he can stack a lot of damage onto the Scorchwings, he's not going to be able to stop those scores from breaking in. All right, here's the big one. Oh, I see what happened. So he put in his wolf here. And I'm actually curious as to whether or not he triggered Cloak of Death. I think he did trigger Cloak of Death. So now those Siegebreakers are starting at a 17. Or actually, a 16, 18 base, they've been 17. It's not bad. Justin, they start at 1570. So there's currently 1460. That's a big difference. This is the critical rule to see if he pops those Siegebreakers. That's a pretty big long-term game. All right. Looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 11 wounds to Siegebreakers. 12 wounds to Siegebreakers. 2 to Waver. 12 to kill. This is big. Does pop the Siegebreakers. That was very key. Again, that means that on the follow-up here. This horde of centaurs may just die, but it's going to very keenly prevent Justin from scoring this. So on the top of Justin's turn, which we did just get a swap, Justin will now be at 4 points on the top of 4. So yeah, that's very key. Big play, big play. Again, it may not look like it because again, because the scoring is at the start of a turn and Jeff is at the bottom of the turn. It looked like that was a big deal, but long term, it's going to mean that next turn Jeff's going to go to 5, and then it's just we're going to see that difference start to pile in. And if Jeff can do it again and deny this a second time, or continuously threaten this token or this token or this token, which he is with all the Scorchwings, at any time diving in just to prevent those scores. The whole army could die. He can only have the 3 Scorchwing boards left alive at the end of this game, and Jeff may have a landslide points. Find out. All right. Looking back over to Lex, looks like the Vermin Tide went into 1 Horde of Alogi. He's trying to make sure he just does the 1 blink damage. It looks like they actually did get a damage in there. Scuds went into the other Horde. Does not look like he actually killed the Horde, though. Looks like the Horde survived. Looks like the Phoenix that was with them was shot off the table. At the start of this turn, Lex should have gotten 2 points. Dustin should have gotten 3 from his turn. So we're on the bottom of 4. So Lex should be at 4. Game is looking decidedly in Dustin's favor right now. I don't know that Lex just has enough units left at this point to really impact. It looks like he threw his wolf into the nightmares to kind of pin them down and stop them from shooting. His Loki obviously are wavered, so he can fight with them, but being pinned in position and no nimble and no ability to fly, I don't know that he can really chew through. I mean, the vermin regiment will go away. That's not a big deal. But Dustin very appropriately, I think, put the vermin into 1 unit, and the Scuds, and I believe that's Frieza, into the 2nd unit. The 2nd unit, if I had to guess, is Lex's normal Loki, so they're still only crushed 1, as opposed to the unit. So highlight this. So this unit, I believe, is only crushed 1. This unit is the Crush 2 unit with +1 to hit. So he sacrificed the Chaff unit into the much harder hitting Alogi rather than putting Scuds into them, who would actually be at risk of getting 1 shot, potentially. Very low chance of that, but could. And on the flip side, Scuds actually gives Rally to these, which probably doesn't save them, but it theoretically could potentially buy him an extra turn, so rallied up to 11-13 for the Chaff. Definitely not a good chance, but even if they don't die, even if they're wavered, they're still buying a turn with these Loki, wasting time. And then if they're wavered, it does mean he'll be able to fly again, which is pretty big. But if he could get another character in there, if he could do a nimble pivot, disengage, and kills this unit in the meantime, there's some options. Probably more beneficial than the list. I actually think Dustin doesn't want these to get wavered. I think he'd rather prefer them dead because then he can throw another unit here if necessary, presumably Scuds, because Scuds would just disengage, pivot, turn, face, move forward, clink the corner, kill. Assuming that Lex doesn't reform, and even if he does reform, that may still be an option. These Alogi, I suspect, are going to have a tough choice of going into Kryza or into Scuds, and I don't know if there's a good, correct answer there, because Kryza, you've got Ensnare, defense 5, and a pretty good nerve, And Scuds, you've just got a really good nerve. If I had to pick one, probably Scuds, and then Frey to do enough damage to get a waiver. If you get a waiver at that point, yeah. I'm not a fan of Scorch Wings personally. For a lot of reasons. It's something that I've been keeping an eye on for the better part of the year. Certainly have been thinking of potential solutions to stuff like that. Lex here looks like he's rolling to wound. If I had to guess, Scuds. It looks like 6, so he's looking for a no whammies waiver type thing. I think he might have wavered it. It's hard to tell. I'm trying to listen for Lex's very distinct voice at a distance through headphones across the room. Hard to say. I might get Mark here to go clarify for me. So, fortunately for Lex, it does sound like Scuds was wavered and Mark checked for me. So favored Scuds, I think, is really good. That actually, I think, is the best case scenario for Lex, because that means that if Kryza goes back in, this unit won't take enough damage to kill. I actually think Dustin's best thing to do is to actually back Kryza up and then just unload every shot he has in this board and just pick it off the table through shooting. So yeah, I think that's what we're going to see. We're going to see it disengage and back up. He shouldn't be able to do that. He shouldn't be able to do that because he's not nimble, because he doesn't have fly. But he should just be able to back up far enough to make that work anyway. Not the end of the world, but I would say that he can just back up. Scud should be dead next turn. I don't think it really matters in the grand scheme of things, because I don't think Lex is going to be able to chew through the stuff that matters that actually gets scored. But yeah, once you've been knocked out of flying, you don't have that nimble, so you can't do the moonwalk shuffle pivot. Yeah. We're seeing a general engagement of a couple things. Currently, we have, looks like the Boomer Chariot's engaging the Lone Wolf special character. And it's been a very tactical game. So these decisions are meant to maximize the points of the tournament. So everything is being done to score points. That's why we're not seeing the things just circling around and throwing out shots and trying to kill stuff. Justin's doing everything he can to try to make sure these objectives are tightly secured and limit how many things can come in from how many directions. I think he is going to struggle now to contain. Oh, excuse me. All of the possible charges. You could potentially have all the Scorch Wings on the right-hand side of the table have a lot of options being fight for. On the flip side, all of the Scorch Wings near the bottom. One of them is just going to park behind that pillar, touch the objective, and never move for the rest of the game. That's going to be a pretty big, again, that basically almost right there on its own, it might be enough to secure at least a win, or at least a draw, bare minimum, if not a win. At that point, Jeff would have to then go on and play Dustin from what it looks like over there. My selection's a pretty big turnaround. That's going to be an interesting table one to wrap this up. It is worth noting that behind our top players, we have a couple of different lists out there. We have Michael Sigler playing Hank Googe. We have Adam Ballard playing Tom Ennis. We have Jeff Swan playing I forgot his name off the top of my head, so I'll have to get myself later for that. We've got a number of players that are still of very high caliber playing the tables very close. If there are bigger wins and bigger swings on the lower tables, there is definitely a chance for leapfrogs to occur. 2 big wins this late could still be enough to skyrocket someone, to submarine someone all the way up to the top. I don't know that anyone's going to get big, massive wins in this scenario. Dustin's is definitely looking like a strong win. I don't know if it'll be a massive, it should be a strong win. Which, if anything, will actually favor him going in against Jeff, because I believe that means Dustin will have enough of a score lead that Jeff will have to play for not just a small win, but a big win, which is actually detrimental to the list style. All right, so it looks like this is a combination of Drain Life and or Nerve. No, he's lightning bolting the second horde, trying to make sure that he's putting some moves, trying to see if he gets some Nerve, trying to see if he can flavor it. Looks like he just did a lot of damage, but didn't actually kill. Oh. So lightning bolts off the other Centaur horde. So picks up the other Centaur horde. That relieves a little bit of the pressure. Frees up Justin to potentially start lightning bolting the Scorch Wings in the corner, which that's the big one. But that does relieve some much needed pressure off of the top and center, or these 2 tokens very specifically. All right. Does some damage to the wolf. Looks like we're seeing some combat here. He threw in a warrior regiment as well as a goblin slasher. I think he rolled. That 9 misses. I think his slasher just missed 9 times. Shit you not. So it's a 16. There's a chance that this does not go away. That's huge. That's huge. Ooh, Tony reroll. Alright. So with the reroll from the turn, 1 time reroll, picks up the end. Very important for Justin to still be in the game, I think. Definitely worth that reroll. So some big pickups. Picking up both Centaur hordes definitely relieves some pressure on that center objective. Again, I don't know that that'll be enough to overcome it, but I think that's a strong turn for Justin. Turn's about to flip over, so I'm going to go ahead and update the score. At the start of the turn, Jeff will still score 1, 2, and 3. There's definitely time for Justin to come back. I think the biggest and most important things he needs to do at this point is he needs to be able to still negate the threat of the current Scorchlings oncoming stuff for his token center. Prevent charges that are going to negate his score. And then after that's done, he needs to lightning bolt one or the other Scorchling in the corner to prevent Jeff getting those really critical late game points. Lex and Dustin's game. Currently Dustin at 6 to Lex's 2. Holy crap, Lex's army's gone. Well, I said that I didn't think it was going to be a landslide over there, but it's starting to look like it. Looks like both ports of Loki got picked up. I'm guessing a combination of heavy shooting on one and just Prysa on the other. That's the surprising thing. Or maybe he did actually back up after that. I want to know how the other one died. I don't even. Did he just roll fucking out the ass with a goddamn spear? Because damn. That's impressive. At this point, I think Lex just scores as many points as he can with the Phoenix to basically try to offset the difference, but I mean, the game is clearly over. Dustin just has too much shooting. And I think a little bit of the early game deployment, maybe Lex actually thought the shooting would end up on that side. I'll ask him about it later, about the deployment of his initial Elohi. And maybe it was, I do think there's a general, like, you have to have played against a list to kind of know how much output of shots it actually has. Like, a lot of times you'll look at the paper and you'll be like, okay, this shoots, this shoots, this shoots. Okay, this thing shoots, but like it's shorter range, or like this thing does this. And like you look at it and you're like, okay, so it's not actually that bad. And then you play against it, and it's like, oh, wait. That actually is a lot of shots. Actually did start picking up stuff. So maybe Lex looked at it, saw the number of shots, discounted it, started getting hit, and then that caused a moment of call it indecisiveness. I don't want to say fully indecisiveness, but like it's hard, right? It's really hard in that moment to know what's the correct thing to do. Do you try to run for cover? Do you try to approach carefully because you already have lost? Like you know you're on the back foot. Uh, so it's something worth perfect hindsight that if I were to say, "Hey, let's play this game again," I would be like, put your stuff in a line, make sure they can march 20 inches forward, and just fucking go. Clearly, the standing back did not work that time. So next time, fucking just go. But it's something where you have to have played against that to know that that's the right thing. I do think Lex's list could beat that, but I think he needed to be charging everything on turn 2, and this time it ended up being a little bit slower, a little bit methodical, trying to get cover, trying to come in piecemeal, and that ended up not allowing him to actually get into Dustin's apartment. I think Dustin may have just tabled Lex at this point. Lex may be going for an Hail Mary kill Scuds, but it is looking pretty rough. How many points? Right, with the remaining turns in that game, it's still probably not going to be a massive swing. With a 10-point difference to be a 15-5. So it sounds like they've concluded. So Lex and Dustin are done. Sounds like Dustin got a 15-point win, so he's at a 15-5 tournament score effectively. Or he got a 10-point win after everything was said and done. So 16-8 plus bonus points with a 10-point swing. That's a 15-5. Let me go back over to the table, the only table at this point. Looks like looking at this, I'm assuming we're on bottom. Bottom of 4. So bottom of 4. With the 2 hordes of centaurs, there's a lot less real estate on the table, but there are still all 8 of the Scorchwing hordes. Justin has maneuvered, I think, very carefully. This may have been a reposition. But I do think that was a very smart move to move them to the edge of that area. That's going to prevent the Scorchwings coming in and denying that objective. He could potentially, with nimble flying, just position here to contest it. So you could literally just sacrifice a Scorchwing unit, regardless of anything else, just to contest the objective. Which is pretty big. He could also double charge into the Boomer Chariots, which, if he uses the Wolf, currently the Wolf would slide down. These Scorchwings would come in here and hit, and then that puts the unit strength 3 here to, again, deny for 1 turn. All Jeff has to do is deny turns. Deny them 1 at a time, 1 at a time, 1 at a time. And sure enough, looks like that's what Jeff's going to do. He's going to come in. He's going to dive in. He's certainly at least going to look at it. Which does put him in. Looks like he will take that charge. That's going to allow him again to deny that. Sounds gone. YouTube upload rate. they're even discussing it too, where basically Jeff's goal at this point is it's again, Jeff can throw his full army away. All he has to do is deny Justin points at this point. So I absolutely think that's the right call. I think between this, that's already enough to score that. I don't know that he has enough shooting to plank off everything else. Okay, so he literally just budges off with the other scorch thing in it. Because why not? Doesn't need to lose there, doesn't need to sacrifice it. Fine next turn. Looks like he might even cycle in a second red board. I actually like this idea. So basically, what he's going to do is because there's nothing here that can catch up, he turned this one, ran it forward to basically take this objective again. That allows him to use this one. He's cycled this one out to cycle this one in, but that's allowing him to effectively. It would have been the same thing as if he had moved the other one and turned it all the way around to face the bottom. He's basically cheated a turn out by doing that. So now he has this one back in the game, back fighting, back facing, while this one has moved over to claim the objective. Next turn, this one will turn around, and potentially they could just do that again. They just keep doing that. You turn around 10, you turn this around, move it 10 inches, turn this one around, cycle it back out. Do that however many times he needs to. As long as he's denying a thing, which again, with that objective, Justin will score 2 next turn, and Jeff will score another 3. And I think, again, it really comes down to can Justin deny points anywhere? With the Scorch Wings, though, you should be able to actually start shooting some stuff. Try to get reports on other players with the event as soon as I can. I don't know 100%. It's the straight. Hopefully the auto is holding up. It's going to be a real shame if it's in and out consistent. All right, so looks like there's some hits here. Damn encoding working again. All right. All right, so he's laying out some damage on what looks to be one of the Siegebreaker hordes. So it doesn't kill the Boomer Chariots, but does do some significant damage to them. Or wait, no, we're not even in combat. Yeah, we're just in shooting. I don't even know what he was shooting there. I think he shot this character, actually, come to think of it, looking at the height. Where the hell did my red dot go? Oh no. No, I've lost it. There it goes. There it is. Based on where wounds are, I think he shot this up there. I could be wrong. The alternative is that he shot either the dragon or one of the other characters. For 9 wounds to the chariots. Kills him once. Kills him twice. So the Boomer Chariots are now gone. That removes the stealthy bubble, which is pretty big. But more importantly, again, it also denies that objective. Jeff may be able to reform in such a way that prevents him from being flanked. Yeah, so the wolf's going to slide all the way over. Justin being a very accommodating player, helping Jeff with his stuff. Yeah, Scorchwing doesn't even care. All he cares about is blocking up that objective for another turn. So Justin's going to score 2. Up to 6. But realistically, again, the big thing here is that it's going to look like that. Next turn, they're not even going to be even anymore. Or they'll be even. Top 5. Yeah. So 1-5. At the bottom of the turn, Jeff will score. Jeff will score at that point. He'll go up to 8. Top of 6, Justin will go up to 8. At the bottom of 6, Jeff will go up to 9. And if there's a 7, it gets worse. It is going to be an incredibly close game. Jeff may even be able to, like, depending on the circumstance, he may dive at the bottom of this turn to actually steal that token. So not just kill the Scorchwings, but actually have enough unit strength to not just deny the point, but actually take the point. He might do similar things on the left side. I could imagine him, depending on the risk factor, he may even try to dive here with these units, using the Salamander to try and get this. So it's going to be interesting. "30 minutes too," so that clock time. So yeah, I'm not sure what Justin's best moves are here. I don't know if he actually got that flank with the Warriors. They don't look like they're flush currently, but there's also the hill, so it is a little hard to check. They may be metals, so the model shuffling there could be a little tricky. I assume he got a flank charge on the side of the Scorchwings. He could also just drain the living shit out of them. There we go. That's what we're looking for. It could be that he's now going to take that opportunity to attempt to start lightning bolting the back Scorchwings. Which, again, is definitely something I think he needs to do. Now I'm cautious about this. Again, too much effort, and Jeff can just dive in and he'll run out of unit strength. But I think what Justin's trying to do is shore up that token to make sure he can't lose it again. He's actually got to be careful. I don't know what the wolf's damage is looking like. If the wolf is still healthy, he's got to remember that that's also half a unit strength. And if he has the range on that back unit, I don't think he does. I think he's outside 20. But if he does have that range, he could dive in on the back section as well. It's really important to just remember that Jeff also has these two units, both of which could throw some wrenches into this. And inevitably, I don't think the drain has actually been peeling off as many wounds as it looks like, because most of the stuff that was within drain range is too spread out to actually reach. I think he's trying to do a little bit of a mix here. So I'm guessing that these two warlocks are going to try to drain and kill some of the other stuff surrounding them, trying to just preserve strength. I like this play. This is probably the best thing he's got going, because this might finally secure this objective. However, when this reforms, which I don't know if he considered that after, assuming he flanked this, if he reforms, or if he's trying to rely on wavering it by blasting it. This could potentially pivot and back, or literally just pivot and keep its corner in. Potentially flip it all the way around, because he just has to end the turn same or less distance. So if he actually turns this unit around, he might be able to flank the second unit, pick up that warrior regiment, and steal the token again. Also, again, moving yet more unit strength to the table. This is actually going to be a really close game. So Justin's position the Siegebreakers to make sure that both the Scorchwings to the left are in fact fronts. So here, and here is going to be a front. The downside of that is that I don't know that Jeff will care. I suspect that if he doesn't pick this unit up this turn, that this unit will actually just fly into either of these characters, assuming he can fit, which looks like he'll be able to pick one of them. I'm actually curious if they're just at reach. I'd be really curious if the range 20-inch mesh comes from here to here. Because if he can charge there, I would just ignore the Siegebreakers. Again, all he's got to do is deny a couple turns. I would even charge this unit and this unit's front, assuming it's facing this way, which I think it is. It is not. That's actually a good check. I don't know if that's 20 inches, but this Siegebreaker unit's facing the wrong direction. And actually, that's a good move. So here's the trick. They're done moving, but if he doesn't waver this might be in range to the Siegebreaker regiment or horde, and I don't know if that's a rear or a flank. Trying to eyeball it on the table, it's going to be really close. I think that's a rear, and I would take that rear. That also, I think, secures him this token, because then he dives in here, and now he has 6 unit strength to the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that might even kill him with Siegebreaker, or it puts his Scorch Wings in a position where he can turn them around and face the back of this Siegebreaker board, causing even more problems for the list at that point. I really want to know what that distance is. This is where I would kill for this to have UB options where I can measure it out on the table. I think they might be just out. I'm afraid that they're just out. So he does lightning bolt the bottom Scorch Wing, which he needs to pick up one of them. Combined lightning bolt for Warlock start to pick up pace. So he picks up one unit of Scorch Wings, which is good. Seven more to go. Yeah, I'm still really concerned for that horde. All right, so Lone Wolf being smacked, or no, just the flanking regiment. So it is, in fact, on the flank. So it picks up the Scorch Wings there, which again was expected. Jeff's just going to feed the army in to get the points. I think it's going to, man, this may end up being a draw, almost based on scenario alone. Bottom of 5. We're going to see Jeff's score go up to 8. So yeah, these are the critical charges here. I think I'm just real. So he may not even just charge, even if he can't. So even if he can't reach the siege breakers, he has spotted at least the option to contest that objective. So contesting a second objective now potentially. Yeah. That denies the center token, which I think is actually far more critical. So if he picks up that warrior regiment, which is a bit of a Hail Mary, but I think if he throws the wolf in it too, it depends on if the. Can you check if the wolf is wavered? I guess we'll find out very quickly. If the wolf is not wavered, yeah. I'm discussing the fact that there's unit strength over there. That would be apparent because the slasher is unit strength too. Just going to park it as far in the corner as possible to limit. Jeff parking that unit back in the corner. Reforming it to give face, provide options, provide charge options. So the Scorch Wings, just so people are clear, because he's not, it looks a little funky, but the Scorch Wings were facing toward the top of the table because they had cycled out last turn. So the first pivot him to the right, second pivot back down. So we basically did a big flank circle, facing the bottom again now, able to do something if they want to, but more importantly, keeping that objective score. So looking there, the Siege Breakers will be just out of arc. So if he picks up that character, or even if he doesn't pick up that character, he's still denying the point. Def checking a potentially another option for a safer option to deny a different token. I still think that that's the correct move, is to deny the center. It's going to be really close. It's a really good combination of things for Justin. But equally for Jeff. It's just the big thing about the scenario is when it's a close game, it's very unlikely to be a big game with how Logan works with its scoring systems. If this were just a 15-5, then Jeff would be coming out of this way ahead. In most scoring systems for most other games, where winning by 1 point is a massive difference. Jeff's victory here would be pretty substantial because he's going to win. And it's just a matter of by how much. Attrition would not have been favorable to him, so it depends. In a blackjack system, it would have been attrition probably back toward Justin a little bit to get it probably close to what Lone Wolf ends up looking like, which will be, I imagine, either a draw or a 12-8 hit or something like that. But with how it is currently, now he's looking to see if he can just charge. So the other Scorching Regiment doesn't actually engage, but does get within that square. That's going to deny Justin that point. If the Scorch Wings on the right kill the unit there, I don't see Justin's Wolf, but that means Justin's actually only going to get 1 point at the start of his turn, which actually means Jeff will be even further ahead at that point. That's actually very significant. So it's going to be really, there's a couple key comments here. This unit needs to if this unit dies, it's a huge swing for Jeff. I don't know what the status on the Wolf is. I haven't seen it moved yet, but if the Wolf is active, looks like the Wolf is just sticking. 3 wounds from shooting. Not sure which unit he's shooting at just yet. Looks like it's a unit that's hiding behind the Scorchwings, probably a character. Picks it up. I'm guessing that was the Lone Wolf character. Justin, what was that? What just died? What died? Ah. Okay, so the wolf went into that regiment. I actually don't like that. I would have withdrawn, pivoted, and taken the charge in here to kill this because contesting it is still enough to stop the score. But does do some damage to it. All right, here's the big one. 14 attacks, 3's to hit, 4's to wound. Pretty solid hit. Pretty. Ooh, 4's on the swing. 5 wounds. Warrior regiments are 12, 14, so he needs a 9. Dread is a 6. 8 twice. Wavered. Yeah, this is why I would have preferred the Wolf's attacks, even hindered, or even with the withdraw -1. I would have returned the Wolf. This is nitpicking from a backseat couch with no pressure on. No one watching. Not on table 1. Able to see the game very clearly from top-down view. In that situation, I would have swapped the Wolf over. Because between the 2 unit strength, unless the bullies are unit strength 2, which is fucking insane. But it looks like I think if he kills that regiment, now it's unit strength 3, unit strength 3. It's a tie on the objective. With the tie on the objective, Justin doesn't score it, which is what matters. And then the Wolf is free to go back and try to punch the regiment on the last turn. I think he was trying to get a little greedy there, maybe a little Hail Mary. If the Wolf gets super lucky, picks up that regiment solo, then it prevents Justin from getting 2. So Justin is still going to score 2 points. All right. Round time is getting really close, and they're discussing what they're going to do with the flocks round, and whether or not they wanted to continue or not. Yeah. So here's the big one. Dustin's going to try to step up, I think, to get that unit in the corner with whatever shooting he can bring. He definitely has options. I do like that. Yeah, I do like that Scorchwing being there. The fact that Jeff is now contesting the center means that Justin has to bring something back around to come contest that. The Siege Breakers are basically twiddling their thumbs. They're not going to be able to do anything until theoretical turn 7. What's interesting is minus this, which I think would have been the best case scenario for Jeff if he picks up this, and that denies him 1 point and puts Jeff at 8 to 7. But then he still loses this, and then potentially he can sacrifice that and only get 2 on the turn. But I still think that puts Jeff ahead. So it looks like he's going to try to kill these with shooting. So he's going to Hail Mary, take shots, and try to pick up this unit. All right. I think that's the Lone Ranger. So now the question is, can he bring enough shots over here to pick up this unit? Because if he scores this, again, if he doesn't kill this, then Jeff will score. So he needs to pick up at least one of these two hordes. That's actually almost critical at this point. I do think he should have the Warlocks together. I'm pretty sure this is a bully. These are two. One of the he has 3 Warlocks at Knob, and I don't know which one got punched. But realistically, between the Lone Ranger and the 2 Warlocks turning around and coming over here, I don't know that they're enough without their support elements. They're going to have to try and get in close, and I don't know that he's going to be able to get in enough pluses, but he doesn't need to do a whole lot of damage. The Scorchwings are a little bit lighter on the nerve side of things. It's going to be a very close finish here. Yeah. I am still a little, I mean, yeah, my biggest thing is probably that individual coming over to pop the regiment, I think, would have just been a little bit more points than the potential of popping the bottom one. Right, so this is interesting. I don't know how damaged the bottom Scorchwing regiment is, but he's moving the Warlocks away, and they're facing the other direction. This is interesting. All right, so starting to shoot the Scorchwings in the corner. It's like 4 wounds. Okay, so I just got a confirmation of the wound number there. There's 6 wounds on this unit of Scorchwings. Up to 8 now, so 16 on the break. Yeah. I Justin's making good moves overall. I don't know. So for people who are joining who may not understand what's going on, these 3 Scorchwings are still alive. These 3 objectives are being helped by Jeff. Both of these players have been absolutely focused the scenario the whole game. Jeff has been sacrificing units the whole time. Okay, so there's a critical nerve roll. It looks like he got in some extra damage at some point. Was able to pick up this unit. That's very key. That means Jeff won't score this one. If Jeff scored this one, the game was absolutely already probably over. All right. So next turn, I think Jeff still maneuvers for a potential 7. Wolf, if he gets lucky, maybe pops a square regiment. Nice. The Wolf is wavered, but not dead. At the bottom of the turn, Jeff's going to score 6 points. Or, sorry, 3 points. That's at 11. 11 points. The bottom of 6. So Justin desperately needs a turn 7 to make up for the difference. It looked a lot closer because the scoring was at the top of the turn, but Jeff has effectively been feeding units that deny the scoring from Justin slowly, and it didn't really show up until this turn, which is Jeff's last scoring turn, presumably, unless they roll turn 7. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know that Jeff needs to do a whole lot here other than potentially jump in. Maybe he like threatens this by hitting this unit here. I'm guessing the siege breakers turned around. They did, so the siege breakers are facing the left. I don't know that there's really anything Jeff does other than roll for turn 7 and then try not to get it. There's not a lot left on the table. Yeah, this is the big thing. These 3 Scorchwings have just won Jeff this game because they've just sat there. And this army, while playing very well, I'm not trying to knock on Justin's play. Justin played extremely well this game. There were several key things going into it. I think Justin had an incredibly favorable terrain situation for his very compact ogre army to face this type of list. The terrain was very favorable. The scenario was very favorable. His specific objective cluster is very favorable. There were a lot of things that were going good for Justin, and I think he played his list very well within that confines. I think the 2 biggest things that decided this game were Jeff got to go second when you score the objective at the top of the turn. So Jeff going second meant that he was the one who was able to dive in on objectives, force an engagement. He was able to deny points to Justin basically because he went second, which in this case was more like going first. Because he was able to slam something in, steal the objective, deny the score for Justin. Yes, Jeff didn't get the score, denied the score for Justin. Yeah, this I think is a salvo for turn 7 because this potentially kills the biggest threat to the unit in the corner, and then you can potentially turn this overrun and get out of there. It doesn't really matter if he overruns or not. The big thing is it gives him offers to potentially save this objective. I don't even think it needs to. So yeah, I think if there's a turn 7, what ends up happening is Justin will score these 3, and maybe if he gets really lucky, he'll deny 1 point from Jeff, but then Jeff will score 2, and it will end up being a 13-10. Or sorry, 13-11. So he could potentially bring 1 point back on a turn 7. But I still think Jeff at this point. Oh, the rear. All right, so this is the rear on that. The rear on the. Forgetting. Red Goblin Slash. Not forgetting. I'm tired and I haven't drank my campaign. So interested to get actually focusing. All right, so 16 wounds. Holy shit, I think I saw almost a snakes. Does pop it. With the reform. Turns around and potentially threaten other objectives. And make it difficult to move. I think he wants to try to keep the warrior regiment in the front, but I also don't think it matters. Oh, the salamander's punching something. Uh-oh. Does the wolf have fury? Does the lone wolf have fury? No. As we just look. Why I'm asking. Looks like the game ends at the bottom of turn 6. The lone wolf does not have fury. So at the end of the game, he'll get 1 bonus point for holding the center. So it breaks it. This is probably, again, most likely, this puts Jeff versus Dustin on table 1 for next round. Almost certainly, based on the current scores. I think, unless someone really leapfrogs from the bottom tables, we'll have to see. But again, this scenario usually doesn't have big swings, even in Dustin's game, where he had a pretty big lead. It was still only at 15-5 from the start. It could have been a little bit higher than that after bonus points. I wasn't looking at those. So maybe after everything's settled. But at least at the ground level, still not a huge, like, considering that Lex was tabled, did not get a 20-0. Jeff here ending. Small win. We're going to go to break. Everybody's been popping in, watching. Prefer this. I like it better. It's going to be a short break. We're going to be back really quickly here. The next round is going to start. Put that. Back. Round 5 at 11:45 here. So a very short break. You missed 1 point. You missed 1 point.
subtle. Can't talk about it. Well, Centaurs are pretty nice. The Centaurs.
All right. Progressive scores here. Well, actually, let me not get rid of the progressive scores. They're actually still going to be relevant because they're playing another progressive scoring scenario. Let me. These. And get rid of that. So the scenario is Poison the Well. Poison the Well is it's basically a, I want to say, a dominate zone that has different value. Holy shit. Okay, well, that changes things. See if I can get these set up so that people can read them, because this is actually pretty significant. All right. Let's get the paint up. I have the scores currently, so we're updating things. So getting some stuff set up on my end just to make sure that we're looking at the right stuff. But in round 4 scores, we have Dustin Howard at 74, so he does have a pretty big lead coming into this one after getting a pretty large win in the previous scenario, which, again, across the board saw mostly small wins. Behind him, we have Jeff Radigan with 67. Behind him, Justin Robbins with 66. Tied with him, Jesse Garrett, 66. They're on table 2. So everyone that's currently on these tables we've seen at least once. Behind him, Michael Sigler with 57. Aaron Chapman with 57. Tristan Gillett, Gooden with 56. Adam Ballard with 56, sneaking back up there late in the game. And Lloyd Christmas with 55. Lloyd Christmas, for the record, is Jeff Swan playing under a moniker. Jeff Swan sneaking back in here with the Triton Realm list that he hasn't played forever, and just casually working his way through the crowd. Right. Looking at their lists, I have everyone's up, except for Jesse's. I gotta get Jesse's back up because only one person changed from last round. Basically, we got the same list, except for now we have Jesse back on the table. One of the reasons I want to bring up the end of round 4 scores is because of how scoring works at the moment. There's a high possibility that Jeff could actually beat Dustin in the game and still lose, come in second general because of basically because Dustin just has a 7-point lead going in the round. So it's not just that Jeff has to win; it's that Jeff has to win. Jeff would have to actually get a 20-0. So I actually think that while Jeff may win the scenario, we'll have to see. He could potentially still come in second to get to the award ceremony later in the evening. Unfortunately, I may not be able to record that one with my streaming equipment, so I'll probably just stream it on Facebook directly for the record. So if you're just tuning in to see the awards, I'll probably just do a quick, dirty one with my phone because I don't have a good microphone that can pick up omnidirectional with me, unfortunately. So I don't know if I'll be able to get the to hear the words, but we'll try. We'll try. We'll see what happens. So, for those who don't know, the scenario is Poison the Well. Poison the Well is. We actually missed the Wizard scenario, which would have been one of the meanest scenarios. Dustin dropping his redeploy units just on the bottom right corner of the map, not because he needs to play them in any way, shape, or form, but because he's just trolling at that point. Dustin has a 7-point lead. That's why it's so. That means not to circumvent that, Jeff would need to win by a minimum of a 17 to draw. So, yeah. Yeah. So. But in terms of the scenario itself, Poison the Well is there are 3 different wells on the table. They are spread out evenly. So draw it out on the map so people can actually visualize that. You've got your first token. They've done it for us. You've got token 1, token 2, token 3. Each of these tokens. It's 3. With the 3 different wells, all units that are within 6 inches, calculate their unit strength. With the majority of their footprint, that's important. So they have to actually be extremely close. Signing goes first, yada yada yada. They pick 1 well, which they are poisoning for their opponent. It starts therefore both players will reveal the well they have poisoned their opponent. At that point, the poison will start affecting the enemy. Enemy units within range of poison causing flight and a state of delirium. They are at -1 ranged melee, score 1 instead of 2, and gain the vicious special rule. So they do gain vicious, but they lose everything else. But getting a -1 to hit melee, let me tell you, vicious is definitely less effective than losing melee. Your own units are unaffected by your poison wall. They will act normal around it unless your opponent happens to select the same wall. So if I have to guess, it's going to be a trick to see which one is poison. It looks like if I were Dustin, he'll poison the one that currently Jeff is opposite of the vast majority of his army. But Jeff has options to redeploy to get faster. I'm actually worried that Jeff may not have thoroughly read the scenario. And Dustin poisons that one, and Jeff hard focuses on just those 2, which is what you do. Yeah, Kings, the correct way to do this is pick 2 and win that. Given that it's a progressive scoring scenario, also you have to get a pretty fucking massive point win. I almost feel like Dustin's going to win by default, basically, before we actually get into this game, just because of its huge lead going into round 4. But Jeff probably still has a good shot to win the game, just not circumvent Dustin. So I imagine that Jeff has a good chance of coming in second, as long as the Justin and Jesse game is not a fucking landslide one way or the other. And I don't believe it will be for their game. So, because Jesse and Justin are both exceptionally good players, but that's why we're on 2 with them. In fact, if anything, I'm actually very curious to watch their game. It does become a landslide, but one of them could at least leap into second. The second place scores are very, very tight. 67, 66, 66, so that's going to be much more impactful, I think, to watch their game. Where at the same time, Michael Ziegler, Aaron Chapman at 57, with a very big win, could still leap. Tristan, Adam, Lloyd also have very big chances to leap. These are players that I believe have good potential to potentially squeeze in the 3rd or 2nd place. Lots of overall chances, too, because of the paint quality in the room is quite high. So we'll see how that goes between overalls and battle. But for battle, at least, these are probably our finalists right here. Everyone else has less than 20 points from the top, meaning they're not circumventing first, they're circumventing something secondary. All right, so I'm going over to table 2, which this is not Dustin and Lex. This is Jesse Garrett. Let's see, Justin. We have Justin again. Justin's at the top of the table. Jesse's at the bottom. Let me get this organized. Justin. All right. Justin Robbins versus Jesse Garrett on table 2. Currently going through their deployment. I'm going to try to refresh people's lists they were watching yesterday. But before I'm going to do that, I have to make sure we have our shout out fanatics. So if people want to come in, watch. If anyone wants to join me on the commentary table, feel free to jump into the Discord at any time. All right. So for those who weren't here yesterday to see Jesse's list specifically, so that's going to be the standard one. The other lists are all fairly easy to spot, or they're going to be the same units that we saw yesterday. So for Jesse's list, we have the 3, I believe it's 4 regiments of Torch Souls, actually. Yes, Torch Souls, Torch Souls, Torch Souls, Torch Souls, Torch Souls. We have 2 hordes of Molochs. We have the Abyssal Seductress with the Gnome Glass Shield. We have the Wolf, I imagine. We have. I actually know what that is up top. This may be a banner or something, so maybe there's some flock hanging off the base. But if you only have one individual, it's the Gnome Glass Shield. He does have the 2 Warlocks, which I believe are there respectively, as well as the Well of Souls, which I don't spot. I don't actually see its Well of Souls. No, those are ghouls. Those are his ghouls. Yeah, I don't know where his Well of Souls is. That's got to be a Warlock. All right. I'm genuinely wondering where his. Maybe he's got them on a hiding off to the side or something. Again, that should be. Oh, I see why I am confused. I thought this was Regiment Towards Souls. This is, in fact, Cronius, well, Souls. All stacked up nicely in the middle. That's where they are. That's where they're hiding. They're hiding in plain sight, of course. So that's his centerpiece. I definitely like that for pushing these objectives. I like how they've spread out. The scenario does kind of force you to actually try to play all of the objectives, or at least pick two again. But you don't want to necessarily do that before deployment because your opponent can obviously poison you well, therefore negating a lot of your score if you focus too hard on one. So I generally like the scenario. It does force you to spread out at least initially, and then you concave in on whichever ones you think are important. On the flip side, Jesse has his Siege Breakers. He's got his Boomer Chariots way off to the left, and the reasoning for that, I believe, is because there's just no shooting in the Abyssal Army, or if there is, it's a lot closer ranged focus. The Abyssal Warlocks each have Drain Life. They do have Firebolt, but there's not a lot of it. There's only 5 attacks piece, so 10 shots might threaten Chaff, but I don't think it's going to be a big enough. Like, I understand the reason for putting the Boomer Regiment way off to the side. I just don't think it's going to be impactful shooting for most of the game. Certainly not against Ogre Warrior regiments. They're very tanky for, once you make them. Flipping over to table 1. I think they might be getting scenario clarification, or they may be taking a bathroom break before they get started. So I won't linger here too much because we're at least not playing. But it looks like Dustin has employed a stacked flank to Jeff's stacked flank. Jeff has 3 units over here positioned, while the rest of his army is over here. I believe we've got a forest here, and he's positioned 1 unit behind it. As well as, I believe this is difficult terrain in the center, but not actually a hill, whereas we have a hill here. There's a lot of height terrain to either take cover behind or hide behind. I think Jeff's idea is that if he stacks his whole army here, that he can just dive and hold these in the turns that he needs to, and he's not actually going to play the objectives until then. And that works against Dustin, because Dustin's list doesn't really want to walk forward with a lot of stuff because it's shooting. Now, that said, Dustin is playing this very smart. If you look at these units here, these are his claw shots. I'm almost certain of it. Pretty sure that that's Mother Krysa. I might have to take a closer look. But both of these are positioned where they can march 6 inches forward and claim this objective, or help claim this objective. You have to be majority in, and that's a big difference. So we'll see if they play the scenario correct. I would hope that they're very thoroughly read the scenario. That's why these guys are top players. And it's also something to make assumption. All right. There's a bit of laughter as they roll to see who goes second. Because of how to dive on objectives and the importance of that. But yeah, going to be an interesting game. Going first is not. Yeah. Yeah. It's going to be an interesting and tight game to see played out here. I imagine Jeff's list. Well, he basically has two options, and I think what we saw in Max's game kind of proves that you have to commit to whichever option. So it sounds like I think Jeff is actually going first. Okay. Cool. So I'm without they're joking about this, and I kind of understand the point of the joke. But basically, Jeff's going to poison this foe. Shocking, probably no one. Dustin's going to poison this foe. But they have poisoned the well. They're aware of which one's going to be poisoned. That's going to make the fight pretty critical over the center one because of how scoring's going to work. Jeff may have enough unit strength to still score on this one. It's still 1 point a turn. So the Wolf's coming up here aggressively, positioning himself to get ready. I don't know that he has. I assume he has Pathfinder. I don't know off the top of my head. I'll have to double check here in a second. But clearly, Jeff is going first and playing aggressively. So we are on the top. Again, this game may still be very interesting. I still suspect that Jeff has an edge going into it. He still win. I just don't know that he'll win big enough to jump for best gem. He might win best overall because of his paint score plus sportsmanship. We'll see. So while Jeff is deciding whether or not to be generally cautious or whether or not he's going to aggressively push, it looks like he's going to choose the latter. That's pretty much what I expect to see in this game. Not to repeat mistakes, the mistake that Lex did, which is to commit, get in there, push hard. Get in that objective, get in there, start scoring. And yeah, we're seeing it Brown really quickly. This is good deployment with the Scorch Wings to be able to do their full march. Now they can even do that to the trees. So he's going to have a lot of options. Currently, I imagine he might take some like shots here to here. I realize I'm doing that with my mouse and not the thing that I need to. So like here to here. See, 18 inches is still pretty spacious on the table. You just got to nick a thing with line of sight, and even uncover with 5s with 14 dice, like it starts adding up against low defense. Looks like Jesse. Looks like Justin got the first turn. One. That makes it easy. So quite literally, top of the table and bottom of the table on each table is the top and bottom of the turn. That's going to make it real easy for everyone to come up with this last round. All right. So this one being the slightly more interesting. It's a lot of it. I think they know where the situation lies. I do think Jeff still has to make a play for the win for other reasons too. He wants to come out ahead of the other players that are still very close behind him. Score 67, 66, 57 again, being really, really close points wise. A lot of potential for people to jump in second, third. even if not necessarily first. I do think Dustin's pretty secure in the first place best general. However, second place and third place are still very much up in the air. So, looking here, Justin looks to be starting. Excuse me. To be opening up with some lightning bolt play against, I imagine, the Torch of Souls. It's going to start poking. It's like the rightmost regiment. He's got the hills, so he's going to even take no cover penalties, I'm pretty sure, other than the force, potentially. He might take cover from one of the units. But between what appeared to be 3 warlocks firing out some wounds, looks like he even flanked the wolf, actually. That was a good call out there. So the wolf got flanked, and then this Torch of Souls right took 5. This early in the game, getting those flanks is actually really good because it forces a lot of wounds on the Well of Souls before they can reach in it. And then the follow-up, I think, is he might be able to actually take them off or be able to actually kill the Well of Souls before it has the chance to really start that grind engine. Pistols can do so well, especially with this specific combination of units. The 2 Croniuses, the Well of Souls, and the Torch of Souls. Looks like that's the extent of the shooting. Looks like nothing was favored. Or maybe, see. But assuming Jesse is going to start to move quickly. Oh, should be perfect. I see pulling out templates, pulling out things. So yeah, Jesse's going to move first. Move up, bring it to the bottom. We're going to let bottom of 1. Flipping back over to the table 1. We've got Dustin playing around the Peace of Impassable. He's compressed his army as much as possible, so it does look like Jeff has, I think, played a lot more aggressively than Lex did in his game. He's pushing forward with everything fast. I think this will give him options to basically start threatening Dustin's flanks. And even if it's not with charges directly, it still might be just with the sheer volume of shots the Scorchwings can get off. It might be hard to tell because some units have been replaced by bases, but these 2 Scorchwings here, there are 3 hordes of Scorchwings still circling around this pillar, presumably looking to contest or deny progressive scoring from this. From Dustin. It's important to note that because Jeff went first, he won't be able to do some of the things he did last time. Where he was diving in units to effectively deny points to Justin previously. Now with Dustin, because Jeff is going first, Dustin will have that opportunity, but I also don't know that Dustin has the right types of units to do that. And again, I am hopeful that they are keep a careful eye on the scenario and that they are aware that it's fully or majority within to claim those objectives. It's not just towing it like the previous year, which is a big difference. That's going to really limit what unit strength actually counts for scoring these objectives. But Dustin looks like he's going to try to redesign his firing lanes. Get them set up in such a way that he can actually land effective shots. Looks like the Vermintide regiment's being already shoved forward to prevent some early charges. I'm guessing the Scorchwings are already in charge range of some stuff on Dustin's half of the table. Yeah, he's checking for it. So yeah, very good aggressive push, I think. It's gonna force defensive play out of Dustin. This is basically what we needed to see from Lex in that game. And again, I don't think it was necessarily that Lex played it incorrectly. Again, referencing that and kind of talking about that experience at the table, experience playing against a list from the hindsight position of the comfortable casting desk, from a top-down view with no stress. It's definitely easy to critique and be like, yes, Lex he should have just pushed forward aggressively, and that solves the problem. It's like, right, but you don't know that at the moment. So I think had he pushed forward aggressively, he probably would have had a much closer game with Dustin. He may still have lost, but it would have been a closer game. And I think Jeff has correctly done this, which is to push forward aggressively to get in charge range, to get in shooting range. To not let Dustin's superior ranged options, because Dustin has artillery, he's got claw shots at range 36. He has those pieces that can reach out and touch his stuff. Yeah, it's gonna be a spicy and interesting opening here. All right, flipping back over to tip 2. God damn it, Jeff. Again, just to be clear, I may think that the Scorchwing spam is filthy and dirty and definitely one of the spammiest lists that we've seen in a long time. But let it never be said that Jeff is not a delight to play against or chat with. I think it would be very hard-pressed to have a conversation that, he felt like he was actually bad. He's taking advantage of the rules as they are, and I think that's fair. But in any case, looking over, basically playing the game, not the player. That's what I'm saying. So players doing what they should be doing. All right, table 2, Justin versus Jesse. Seeing Jesse basically move up pretty aggressively. I love this. I love that you can actually tell that Jesse's already learned things from game 1. We actually talked a little bit about his game 1 against Adam Ballard last night, and you can see that this time he's positioned to where they're no longer flush across the front. So this way, this prevents one chaff unit from getting in there and blocking up all 3 of his monsters. That's what we saw last night, or last morning. I will say, and this is, again, it's one of those things where, like, especially with these small chaff pieces, I'm going to be really cautious about the positioning of this frontage. And I actually talk about this. I'm gonna actually do a self-promote here. So I have a series that I call Ramble Blog, which unfortunately I don't have a lot more ones to do right now because they're very specifically focused on specific topics. One of the ones I talk about in that blog is how players tend to play parallel. So it's positioning and threat and keeping an eye on movement in general, so movement tricks, so to speak. So one of the things that players tend to do, almost unconsciously, is you'll notice how Jesse's line is perfectly parallel. So it's not, nothing's tilted. Everything is straight, it's 90 degrees, so straight across. 180. whatever you want to call it, a straight fucking line. You could draw a laser, and it would be straight. And the reason that players do this is usually for a couple things. One, when you're charging or being charged, you want things to come at you in certain ways. So by doing this, you're allowing small little gaps. So like there's a gap between here and here to encourage a unit to basically let you filter stuff in, prevent stuff from being charged. It's very easy to maneuver when you're like that because you can just move straight. You'll know that you'll be fine, and then pivot. And it saves your pivot for charging. Whereas if you start tilted and something kind of goes wrong, it's a little bit harder to maneuver that way. So most players stay in straight line. You got a little bit of tilt here, for example. And I actually like Justin's kind of positioning better for those races. He's got a lot more tilt in his line. It's a lot harder to actually engage. When you line up units at angles, prevent things from fitting in gaps. So if we look at this unit here, for example, even though this isn't a straight line, while you could flank this regiment, you could not flank this horde on this side because this is blocking anything from actually completing alignment. And likewise, you could charge that, but then you're getting flanked by this if you don't kill it, so that's risky. And there's going to be a lot of that, I think, here. But on the Genesis side of things, if we look at this flatline deployment, it's not that there's a wrong or right way to do it. It's very circumstantial dependent. Sometimes you want a flat line. You want a flat line that allows your enemy to bring in more frontage, so that can tempt enemies into charging things that they normally wouldn't charge if they actually have more space to do it. However, on the flip side of that, flat frontages tend to allow your enemies to really dictate how, or the opposing player, how to dictate how your unit's going to be able to react on your turn. So, for example, Jesse has correctly moved the Well of Souls back so that it can't be charged to block up the 3 of this units. However, now, because this unit's further ahead, if this regiment charges this Cronius, it's going to block. It's going to basically achieve the same thing because it's going to go parallel across. I'm pretty sure the Cronius is still parallel. That is going to be up to Jesse to play. But if they're still parallel, he'll hit here, and then because of that, because of how alignment works, he'll slide as far as he can, bump this unit, and then he'll be like overlapping at least these 2, maybe all 3. And he'll still be achieving. It's not as bad because the Well of Souls flies. So it's going to be a much better situation. But it's one of those things where, like, should he want to engage here, that gives him some options. I don't think he needs to do that, but it's one of those things that, like, what you want to do here, ideally, is because the Well of Soul flies, I would have actually tilted you want to tilt the Cronius inward ever so slightly. That way, if this unit hits, because it's not flush like that, it'll now tilt up, and that way, get a unit that's angled like that. And that still keeps the Well of Souls free because it flies, while also allowing, preventing any charge of the Well of Souls because it can't. So, anyway, we're taking the opportunity to talk about like some advanced tactical shit right now because at least game 1's going to be a little bit dull, where the results are going to be dull, even the game itself is going to be really exciting. So I want to take this opportunity during the early turns to actually really talk about some movement stuff. Since usually these are the slow end of the turns once stuff starts getting engaged. But this is the kind of stuff that these top table players are thinking about. They're thinking about all these really niche moves. That's why they have these extra bases. They're looking at all the possibilities of where things are going to fit, where things are going to line, how they're going to position, and really taking account of like what is they going to be on future turns. So how they're going to set things up. So anyway. Ignoring all of that, we're now on the top of 2, I believe. Top of 2. While Justin is figuring stuff out, yep, there we go. So he found it. Now again, it doesn't really do as much. In a perfect world, if it was just a little bit further, would have stretched over that Cronius. But I still think that's not necessarily a bad move. I'd have to look at the other aspects of the game. But in a void, this is the trick with this. You almost wanted this to be slightly further back. But alternatively, this is good because now this unit is still free to do stuff. So that's why you want to position units with like those small gaps in those certain ways. Because now this isn't sliding over and blocking this up. So maybe he really needs this piece to be able to move. Or maybe he wants to make sure that he commits a different piece. This is also how you set up corkscrew charges as a defending player for the record. You have these little kinks in your line. Let's say he brings another unit to fight these ghouls. The ghouls can now withdraw, turn, corkscrew the side of this unit. Very easy to set up those. Very easy to bait people into those. As the opposing player, you got to keep track of that. Make sure that things that are able to do that with that -1 are not going to be enough to really hit the flank super hard. But generally speaking, this is good tactical play, good defensive play. All right, shuffling back over to this game. We're over to top of 2. All right. So we're going to see some flying shenanigans. He's measuring corner to corner because when you factor in the nimble pivots, you actually can basically just do that. You pivot, move, telemetry, then factors in, then you move back. Math is fun. But so the amount of flexibility in his movements there is going to be pretty insane. Oh, interesting. Okay, so he's moving the back. He's not even moving the front. Or at least he's checking. Interesting. I like the idea of threatening stuff. I don't think he'll be able to bring a lot of shots to bear this turn. This unit marched. This unit did not march, so this unit's going to be able to take pot shots and stuff around corners. I don't know that it's going to be able to draw line of sight. These two impassable pieces are helping Dustin out a lot with this battery, keeping it alive at least for now. I see a couple wounds on some Scorchwing units up here, so I don't know their current status, but they are at least wounded. We'll see how Jeff pushes up the table in a second. I'm going to hold here because at least for a second before we jump back to table 2 for more position play. Oh, interesting. So apparently there was a waiver here and a waiver here. That's pretty significant. I'm not actually also potentially the dog. I'm not sure that the dog is wounded. So the dogs looks like it might come in and punch at least something. There we go. Dog's coming in is going to punch one of the unit's claw shots. Welcome back to table 2. Sorry. Trying to make sure I'm vocalizing everything. So table 2 looks like Justin is choosing to engage, or at least start engaging. So looking at these units, again, we were talking about kind of those overlaps, what they do to things. So his units being just slightly, ever so slightly wider than Jesse's units. here, I don't know that it matters as much, because here's the trick. So this is Torture Souls, so this flies anyway, which is why he's measuring that. So I almost wish he had charged the Tortured Souls. And with this unit, so if you charge this first with the Ghouls, that creates a tiny amount of overlap. And then you charge this into the Tortured Souls, and then that will give a tiny bit of overlap with these Ghouls. And then with that tiny bit of overlap, because everything's so tightly contested, that's going to really limit, because this won't be able to pivot if they're flush with the Tortured Souls. So he could have potentially blocked up those two units with the one piece of chaff. I don't know that that was the right play. In any case, I'm not quite sure what his ultimate goal here is with this engagement. Both of them are playing very wide, but very central. It's not often that you see the flanks this sparse. There's no fast stuff at both of these armies to really hit flanks. Jesse's got a lot of fast stuff just kind of spread in the middle because he's using that effectively as his meat, as Tortured Souls. But on the flip side, neither does Justin. Justin really has the soul. Sorry, not the soul. The fucking siege breakers. And he's got regiments of overwarriors as their chaff rather than Tortured Souls. But he doesn't really have fast things. The fastest thing would potentially be the Berserk Bullies. They do get some pretty interesting options when their wild charge goes maxes out at 3. 15 inches corkscrew nimble charges give you some options when engaging. He potentially could do things like charge things that most people would be able to notice. And honestly, that may be part of why Jesse plays things so packed here, because that actually really limits those nimble characters. If you have a line that doesn't have any gaps in it, no 40mm gap to shoot through and turn and pivot something to flank way off to the side. Movement development over on Jeff's table. It looks like Jeff has in fact backed up with the Centaurs at least a little bit. The reason I think this is okay is more because there's still a scoring, like that ultimately the objective is to score, not to kill. So he's backed up the Centaurs, I think, to preserve them for late game when he can score that objective consistently. But he has brought the Scorch Wings forward to start pelting in shots, while at the same time honestly, the Nightmare Horse on the left, combined with the formation, having that Iron Resolve, they might just march forward and barbecue the Scorch Wings. They may just say, fuck it. Looking over here, these Nightmares may walk 6 inches and just breathe fire all over the Scorch Wings. Hard to say if that's the right call necessarily, but if they're already wavered, I don't know how they're getting out of that, other than this one jumping over, which in that case, they just barbecue that one instead. And it's not going to be able to get cover in a lot of cases, so those are actually pretty rough. That's a pretty rough situation. Those Scorch Wings may actually bite the bullet. So just kind of consolidating and mobilizing everything on the other side of the table into better positions, which I think is the right thing to do. That one's going to block line of sight entirely for pretty much everything on Justin's army. Ding. Staying just on the edge of the board there. The unit that's behind the pillar. So the reason he can get away with this is because they fly. This unit's able to pivot, and then it can effectively turn. He's planning to do either a getaway, or he'll have the option to have a jet forward. He's got some flexibility in movement with that unit behind the pillar. This is my butt. It's going to be interesting to see how he plays that out. He has at least brought the other Scorching Wings forward to shoot. My guess is going to pick up other rat guns, potentially the chaff. He'll have some options when it comes down to selection. I don't know if we're playing with a low height terrain piece. So the wolf is popping Cloak of Death. That's going to ping at least these three, potentially the wheels, with a long shot at this unit. I guess they've already checked it to confirm, but it looks like just those three. A little surprise that they're out of range, but I guess that is, again, that's a table thing, that's an angle thing. Might just be out of range of the wheels of the other unit. So first unit shooting looks like the wheels. Okay. Looks like he shot something that did a significant amount of damage initially. So shooting on 4s, 8 hits, looks like he's targeting the vermin. 7 wounds to the vermintide, that's already within. Combined with the already existing dread, that's 8, 9, that's a 4 to kill, assuming it's rallied, which I don't think it is. So it's a 2, so that's already lethal. Just from one shot from one unit of Scorch Wings. Admittedly, that's one of the best units to shoot at with that type of unit. Links some extra damage onto the wheels in the back. So that's going to be a 2 twice to pop. Maybe not even twice. Picks up. Not actually sure what that unit was for Justin. That's getting shot there. I don't think that's Bryson. That may have been his brood mother. In fact, I suspect that was his brood mother. I think his warlock is right here, but the lightning bolt 7. That's also pretty powerful. Alright, so the wolf killed one unit of. Alright, so Justin comes in to smack the wolf. Bottom of 3. I actually think it would have been a best case scenario if he only wavered that unit instead of killed them. the waiver would have actually preserved the wolf. So I actually think that that was not as optimal, but generally speaking, I think he is still doing okay. It's going to be a close game, and like I said, I think because it's a close game. Also, it's bottom of two. Jesus Christ, that's bottom of two. Because of that, I think this is going to be really close, and that's actually it's good for Dustin if it's close. It's not good for Jeff. Even if he wins, it'd be good for Jeff. All right, flipping back over to this table, we're into combats. Looks like Justin was able to actually get in on a character here. Whether or not that's the Gnome class shield, Seductress, a little hard to tell. Looks like it did get 2 wounds, so it's going to have lost its class shield. Either that or it's the Lone Ranger. But I believe Jesse's running the wolf. Wow. Tortured Souls getting nerve checked. Looks like it pops them on a 10. 10 twice. I don't know what he actually needed to break there. I think it would have been a 9, but that's still a pretty good nerve roll. So a good engagement overall. I don't see a lot of stuff damaged on Justin's side of the board. But we still haven't yet. We have yet to see the Grievous. Both these armies are really great. Justin's got multiple drain life casters. 5, 5, 5, and then heal 4 for Nom, assuming he didn't want to cast Mage Hand, which is why we not. It's getting vicious through your Mage Hand or heal is just absolutely ridiculous. So with 3 different. Oh wait, no, he doesn't have that much. Okay, so it's only 2 drain life casters, but it's effectively drain 16, assuming they're in the correct bubble. So 16 drain is going to give those ogres some staying power. But on the flip side, it's the Wall of Souls and 2 Croniuses, both of which are effectively getting D3 wounds pulled off. Not counting Cronius's Life Leech 5. There's a lot of sustain in the center of that army that actually just heals everything around it. So there are different styles of healing, but both these armies are surprisingly tanky. Now, those Tortured Souls on the left, I think, are actually going to live, which might allow the Molochs to come in. It's going to be a little difficult. So here's another. We want to talk about some movement tricks and some things you can do. So here, I don't know that it'll work here because they're too close to this stuff. I would have liked to have gotten a little bit more spread out of Jesse's army to give you a little bit more maneuver. But assuming that the center point of this unit and the center point of this unit are parallel and even, and this is the reason that you do want to be parallel to enemies units a lot of the time, why players want to create straight lines like this. When you've got that going for you, Jesse gets to pick when he multi-charges which direction these Tortured Souls have to go. So if this was ever so slightly left, the Tortured Souls would have to go to the right, and then the Molochs probably don't fit. But if the Tortured Souls are centered on this unit, exactly parallel of the opponent's unit, then the Tortured Souls can be shifted to the left, make as much room as necessary for the Molochs. As long as they're not touching just the corner, then that becomes a legal multi-charge. I don't think that'll happen because I don't think the Moloch's 150 wide frontage would fit there, but it's a nice thought. What I actually think might be better for Jesse, oddly enough, would be corkscrewing from here to this unit of ogres, assuming that a draw gets within an arc, because then he could bring the Molochs into there. But I don't know that he wants that because he wants to get rid of his chariots. But I think he also has some options. He potentially multi-charge these two, shifting the ghouls over, allowing the character to sneak in. He's got some options. Clearly, this is bottom of two. Back to two. All right, so. All right, looking over at table one. Dustin is pushing up the left side of the table, very cautious. I think he's trying to make plays to pick up certain units. Looks like he wants to make sure he can barbecue the Scorch Rings at the top. I don't know that he's still going to be in range, measuring center points to the Scorch Rings. Check from arc for that, but you do still have to be within 12 inches from your center point. So it's possible. It's possible that they may have missed. Scorch Rings. Those Scorch Wings are highly likely to be wavered, very potential to be popped. It does look like there's a source of inspiring hiding behind this. These types of options there. All right. It hiding behind the pillar is only at 5, so it's actually highly likely to turn back on. We'll see. It's going to get some lightning bolts. 2 hits, 2 wounds. It's up to 7. Currently a 9 kills, a 7 waver. That puts the Scorch Wings in the left-hand corner, so this unit currently is at a pretty good nerve. This unit has had a high chance to break currently. Just shot it. Seriously, though, what shot there? No. Oh, maybe he shot. It's hard to tell if he'd have the range on it, but maybe those are the claw shots. Just on the tip. But he picks up both units of Scorch Wings there, pretty significant pickup. Leaving only 1 unit there to actually threaten. So the big 3 circles in the center are the. This is kind of a. It's dominated by a different nature, but it's also progressive scoring. So basically, the scenario goal is to take these circles by having a unit within the majority of the circle, and then that allows you to score. They will score 1 point if it's a poison roll, which reflects the game. They haven't revealed them, but anyone with half a grain of salt knows that this one's poisoned for Dustin, this one's poisoned for Jeff. So Jeff will only score 1 point for holding this one, he'll score 2 points for holding the other two. Dustin will score 1 point for holding this one, 2 points for holding the other two. That is then started at the, I want to say, turn 4 and adds up until the end of the game with a couple of bonus points on top. So he does pick up the wolf. So Dustin, pretty big, good turn for him. Picks up 2 units. Removes a lot of the potential threat up here. And unfortunately, the only stuff that this stuff can threat is a lot of defense 5 shooting. So counter battery shooting at close range. So honestly, this unit, other than threatening flanks or threatening jumping out at any time, probably just wants to stay there. I don't know that it wants to move. I believe I'm actually curious about the heights of terrain because on the hill, might do some interesting interactions. So buildings and impassable objects are actually only are height 8, which is significant because that means standing on a hill with a Titan allows you to see over the hill or over an impassable object. I don't know that it'll be super critical in this game, but it does mean that Scuds, if he's on a hill, can see over the impassable terrain. And likewise, a unit on the other side can see Scuds if he's on the hill. So I don't know if they're aware of that small difference, but that's a pretty big thing in terms of positioning. It does mean you have to be really careful. I'm actually curious at the height of the spewer now. Again, I'm not saying this is because of the players. I'll repeat this all day, all long. The comfort of the caster setting, no pressure on me and all that stuff. Maybe. It's only height 5. So this could not jump this because they're still the same height. But it's close. Alright, so we're going into the top of 3 here. Jeff's going to move Scorch Wings. It's going to take a minute, but then he's going to shoot the living Jeebus out of Dustin on that side, I imagine. So it's just going to be a bloodbath of shooting versus shooting. We're going to go ahead and flip over the same 2. I don't think moving on that side is super impactful. Jesse hitting back over here. Looks like starting off some combats. Gets a couple of hits on some warriors here. Actually, looks like they may have already resolved some combats. I see some wounds spread out. So I see a couple wounds here. But it may also be Cloak of Death. I'm pretty sure this is cloaked, or there's at least one Cloak of Death impacting 1, 2, 3 units. They may have already done damage with here. They could also be Drain Life, because I believe Jesse is rolling some life. His casters, yes, both of his warlocks have Drain Life. So between all of that, and in fact, I think that's what we just saw. Drain Life to damage these units. And use it to heal the wounds. And now we're seeing another throw out of the drain. 3 hits. Looks like he missed wounds on that one. He was going for defense 5. So yeah. So no wounds. The second life. The first one getting some pretty good impact. Especially in this grind, it's going to be, especially in this grind, it's going to be a lot of back and forth thread life casting, just switching the wounds from one player to the other until stuff finally dies. So, like I said, it's an interesting matchup because they're both very sustaining lists. A lot of options. All right, so Seed Nerve, the Molochs pick up the unit. Moloch's pickup pivot. It's a good pivot because it's got a corner to corner, which is how that works. So if you're ever wondering if a pivot's a good pivot, your corners should be touching the same. Basically, if you draw a circle around the unit, the corners should still be touching the circle, which means that if you pivot less than 90 degrees, where your corner was previously should still be touching. And if it is, then you're probably fine. You can draw a straight line for the unit from the opposite corners. Alright. So pivots the Molochs. The key thing is that does mean the Molochs might get charged with siege breakers. I don't think that will be a problem for Jesse. I think he's okay with that. Unless there's enough of that Warlock, Rain Life, Bane Chant combo to hit. They don't really need the Bane Chant other than to push Vicious. But Vicious against this would then turn the 12 hits into pretty much almost guaranteed 12 wounds. So on the Moloch is a 6 twice to kill, 5 waivers, and the Moloch's of Fury, so that's mostly irrelevant. But that's definitely an interesting option. That is average, though, and I don't know if there's difficult terrain here that could potentially hinder that, or if it's the well, which I don't think matters until turn 4 regardless, but still. So we've got some discussion on B forms after popping the Warrior Regiment. Like it's doing some checks. All right. It looks like he does a reverse D3, backs up, and I like this quite a bit. He's still going to be capable of corkscrewing, but he'll be at -1. And if he hits and kills the character instead of corkscrew, then he's going to have to overrun into that unit. This is really good forward thinking. He's also looking at this unit up at the top. He's looking at this siege breaker unit up here that could potentially pop down. Oh, so he had rolled to back it up. He was just checking to see what that actually looked like. Okay. They're going to take a little bit longer than that than anticipated. Where the shooting happening. Shooting is happening. Seeing that kind of maneuvering and positioning on the right hand flank. Jeff swinging around this turn, he's going to get shots on stuff. A lot of stuff is going to get shots and stuff. I still believe the tunnel runners are facing towards the top of the board. And with 6 forts still in play, 5 of which are still capable of landing shots on this side of the table. I don't know if the one that is actually, there's one of them that is damaged. Maybe there was a lucky waiver for Dustin. But realistically, I think we're going to start seeing some. It's going to be a lot of shots. I actually think that it might be worth popping the Warlock. Alternatively, yeah, I was going to say this might be the play. Might have to move out of the way to do it. But I think he's seeing if he can charge the Centaurs in. Sacking, as funny as the sound, sacking the Centaur hordes to preserve. All right, so that unit's looking in. I'm now wondering if that one's going to back up. Yeah. Okay, so he did waver it. That's unfortunate. So yeah, a lot of good waivers from Dustin's counter battery shooting. So yeah, I think the question is, can he fit? And even if he can't, can he at least maneuver? Without Nemble, he's not getting through. He might be able to deny all charges to the fields. So it'll be just out of normal charge range. So yeah, trying to explain a little bit of this. So these may not be able to fit against these if they're in the flank. If they're in the front, it'll be a hinder charge on 4s and 2s realistically. Or sorry, no, 4s and 3s. Which is not a good charge for Dustin. You don't want to take that. You're not going to pop the horde, and the horde will pop the counter charge, especially with the main channel behind it. That's just throwing what is here. He may do that just to sacrifice and just to buy time, but I don't think he will. I don't think Dustin has enough pieces. I think both of them actually traded quite a few pieces that are critical. Having shot off at least some of the shooting stuff coming in, and Radigan presumably about to start shooting either this or the to pick up those pieces, move some of that shooting pressure off. And that's going to leave Scuds and the War Machine packed way in the corner over here. And the Nightmares, but the Nightmares are going to take time to actually get in position and actually barbecue things. As long as he's at 18 inches above the Nightmares are not going to hit him back. So I think he's not going to touch them until later, when he either bring enough force to bear to make it matter, or he just doesn't care and he just scores objectives. So very close. We'll see. Flip back over to table 2 after the rest of Jesse's combats. We're seeing stuff. Looks like he's seeing what an overrun would look like. Seeing what that position's where. I think what he's trying to do is run the ghouls up aggressively first to see how far they get. And I think he's already done that. And now the goal is to see if, depending on because how this pivots, where they can charge. Because I believe this is one of the two Croniuses. This is the other Cronius, is the Little Souls. He's trying to prevent charges to 3 of them effectively, and to make it so that only one thing is getting hit by siege breakers. Okay. Flipping back. We got Scorchwing starting to shoot. I see Moon start piling up here. I assume Right, shooting the wheels, might as well. That was rough. Okay, 3 wounds from what sounded like covered shots against the wheels. Looks like he's concentrating fire here to make sure the wheels go away. I almost feel like I want to shoot the shooting stuff because the wheels should not be able to hit anything, but I guess he really wants to make sure the centaurs are still in play. Oof. That was uncovered shots, I'm pretty sure. So it sounds like the tunnel runners were wavered. Yeah. Which, yeah. A little bit of an underwhelming shooting turn there. All right. Bottom of 3. After some spicy shooting. It's going to take a minute for Dustin to move here, but I imagine he's going to position shooters. He might take a charge of Scuds. That's going to be the one really question thing. I don't know that I like that personally because I think that's just sacrificing Scuds. And the better thing to do is just continue to light range, use Scuds for positional play. There's no reason to engage this with Dustin's list. Dustin's list actually wants to just outbeat the Scorchwings in shooting. He has a stronger ranged complement, or at least he did. And I think enough of the Scorchwings are beat up to where it's going to be very difficult to approach the Nightmares. So as long as he can rely on Scuds, Pryza, and the Warlock, because the Warlock managed to go through last turn unscathed, that's like 20, like 17 lightning bolt between the 3 of them. They can reach out and touch the Scorchwings from further range. The Scorchwings can reach out and touch them. He still has this unit claw shots active as well. So that's going to be another 5 shots that effectively dead or lightning bolts in this case because they're not going to take cover and they're going to dodge. Oh, I knew that. Yeah. Oh. I thought you just couldn't fit. Like between, I just thought you couldn't fit through the gap. Oh, okay. Yeah. Gotcha. Totally misread everything that happened there then, but I don't care. Yeah. Yeah. So for some clarification on the players, apparently the Centaur Horde was able to squeeze through the gap and potentially charge the Tunnel Runners, but it was determined that the Tunnel Runners were in fact providing a flank to the Centaur, just because of the wideness of that Horde size base. Meaning that he could not charge there and get there. I think, yeah, that makes a lot more sense. That makes sense why he charge. I definitely think Jeff wanted to hit the Tunnel Runners and kill them with Centaurs, and then shoot everything else rather than having to waste shots against the Tunnel Runners. So definitely a little bit of letdown for Jeff there. And we're that one's not the poison one. Or is that only turn two? Dan. Apparently starts going to the top three, which is not what I expected. So we're actually at Jeff for 2 points to Dustin having just scored 2 points. So for progressive score. That changes up the things a little bit because they're doing it at the start of turns again. Does make it a little hard to get in on that center objective. I'm actually interested to know maybe the poison until the beginning of next turn. Turn 4, so maybe that was slow down their scoring. Once again, I would be incredibly shocked if they have enough poison each other's respective guinea well, basically. So if this is not poisoned by Dustin, I don't know what the fuck. And if this is tough poison by try to get, I don't know what's going on. So, but see them going forward. Definitely back over to take 2. We got Justin taking his turn. So back at the top 3 now. This game actually starts to become more interesting if Jeff does not win. Table one instead Dustin, then we definitely can have some swaps, some up-and-comers, jump positions, position 2 and 3 respectively. So Justin looks to be getting as many things as possible. Siege Breakers is coming across the board. Every unit that is available is now in combat, except for I think a couple of the warlocks. One of the bullies may be taking position right here, I would say, but for punching the character over taking the corkscrew, which I think was the right call. I think being in minus 1 ahead would have been too much. But does pick up a unit of ghouls in the center. Looks like that's with a bully. That's with the Goblin Slasher. Okay, gotcha. Goblin Slasher and a Horde of Siege Breakers. That's not really that surprising. Horde of Siege Breakers gonna do a shit damage. Okay. And the Goblin Slasher is mostly just there for positional play, I think. The Mohawks could get to it theoretically, but I actually think that they're not in the most ideal spot. But I also don't know where to shuffle. I almost want Jesse to just some frictions so that the Mohawks can charge through. Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen over there. He's still got, I mean, the Boomer Chariots are still alive, and I don't think he's got the tool to kill his turn, at least. So I would give a slight edge to Justin, but with how the Loyal Souls work, the fact that he's still got the center Prometheus, center Loyal Souls, center second Prometheus, he still has his Wolfman playability. Between all of that, I do think that the grind that the Abyss is going to put up is still really strong, but I think Justin's key units, Siege Breakers, he's basically lost the chaff frontage. So Jesse's also lost a couple pieces of chaff frontage. So it's about even after giving some more thought there. It's a pretty tight game. So it looks like he may have just picked up that unit. Now that, I think, actually is good for Jesse, because otherwise his Mohawks would have been stuck for another turn. And in fact, yeah, I was going to say, check in for this 15th thing. So the Mohawks may be able to get first. Looks like he's dicing forward. That's a good dice forward. Looks like he's literally going to touch the fucking Mohawks. At which point the Mohawks charge the front and kill that unit. But that's what the Mohawks doing next turn. Alexis table, but I'm going to go investigate here in a moment. But in any case,
And roll better. I'm gonna keep going. Oh, good.
looking over at the does kill the character, does overrun, does hit that flank. Looks like they determined that it's going to hit the corner, going to the flank. Almost certainly going to be that Torch of Souls. We'll see. Pretty spicy turn. I'm going to flip over to table one for a second. It's Jeff. It's your first manner, so I'm mostly just curious to see what damage has actually been done. 5 to waver on the unit is what we're discussing. So it sounds like Dustin put a lot of shooting into the unit, but rolled fairly low on his stuff. But he's not done shooting yet, so I take it back. Got 11. Sounds like 11 damage. They're almost a guaranteed waiver at this point. So it's rough. It's rough when there's enough counterbattle shit to actually hit this weapon. Suddenly they're actually weak. But a lot of that's also because piercing 2 shooting. If they were piercing 1, I think the defense starts coming much bigger play. It does have, I mean, a lot of it's lightning too, but I don't think it's nearly as impactful. But those Knot shots are just money. Ooh, okay. Wow. That's rough. Looks like the combined shooting, even though it was in cover, managed to pick up the unit behind the pillar. So, yeah. A lot of 4s to hit, but the piercing 2, I think, from the death engine probably just lets it up. It does kill the second unit Scorchwing, so that's the force of work to Scorchwings. It does look like it's now the top of 4 for Radigan. So this is going to be a spicy turn. He's got to pick up a couple of units here to play catch up. But he still has the swords, still has some offense. I would imagine that was another 2 points for Dustin. Which ones did they poison? Now I'm curious, they both poisoned the center. That would have been a little interesting. Because it subtracts the amount of damage you get from poisons, so I don't know why you put it on the far one. Why you would put it on the far one. And it makes them a -1 to hit. Well, I guess that would be the justification for putting it in the middle. So minus one hit in the middle does. Yeah. The other justification for putting it in the middle would be to get the minus one to hit uh, from the from the combat side of things. But that also just makes the score go up evenly. Um, I feel like that was a missed opportunity by both players to put it far well to prevent their opponent scoring and force them into the middle of the table. And especially in Jeff's case, I wonder if the Alpha Strike was benefited more from that. Uh, but Dustin would have probably put it in the center. Uh, basically, what I'm saying is I feel like one player missed an opportunity to put it in their opponent's uh, score to basically slow down their progressive scoring and therefore win. That's a pretty big thing. Uh, who knows? Uh, that's just me. Just figuring out his shooting shenanigans. We're back over to a lot of it right now. Final three. Keep trying to type out the word three. All right. Looking at Jesse's side, Jesse's now taking the easy charge there. He takes the bulldogs and the siege breakers. Siege breakers did pop the unit to which one's fighting, so most of the souls are gone. And while it may look grim for Jesse, the thing is the units that he has left are his big punch units. He still has both of his Moloch words. He still has both of his Rain Lightning Abyssal rules. Still has both Croneuses from what it looks like. And he still has the Lola Souls. So basically, he's lost the chat. He's lost all of his Fortune Souls and he's lost his rules. But for perspective, that's less than a quarter of his actual investment points. So he's lost about 500 points of his 2,300 points. Yeah, I was really close. 520 points. That's not less. 520 points nicked off of the army. So it looks like he's got a lot less units, but in reality, he still has the vast bulk of his army still alive, still chugging, and in most cases, unwounded or very lightly wounded. Now, the question is, positionally wise, given that he's now only got a few key units in key positions, pick up enough on Justin stuff to make the comeback. The Molochs here against the Siege Breakers been pretty clutch. Looks like he's checking the cloaks of death and other such things. Looks like he does have flanks on at least the center. A little hard to tell. But I think there's actually a flank here and a front for this Cronius, potentially a flank from this other Cronius. That could pop these units. I think he's keeping the Well of Souls back. Certainly that's the Well of Souls. So hard to say. Over here, Torch of Souls grinding off against the Boomer Chariots. Neither of them are super great in combat, but Torch of Souls with Life Leech 2 plus the Drain Life from behind going to be pretty good at sustaining that combat at that time. In the meantime, Molochs are almost certainly going to pop this unit, and then they're going to be free to do whatever pick they want to center the table. And yeah, they're late even score, but there's not a lot left to shoot at them. I don't know where all the Molochs have gone. So I see two potentially back here hiding. Who knows? Let's see these combats roll out. It's going to be nice and exciting. We'll jump back to Jeff's table quickly after that. Like heals, all of that. Those Cronus is just moving. So disgusting. Good. All right. Looks like Cronius rolling into the flank. I'm actually curious what's going on here. Really low, or is it a pickup? Can't tell if he killed the Sea Screamers back there, but he's going to start rolling on the Sea Screamers to the right. Looks like. This is the Wolf. So hits the Wolf with 4 dice. Hits from the Wolf with 4 dice. 2 wounds, potentially 2 wounds. I believe the Wolf is vicious, so I believe that's what the results were. Starting off with a couple wounds. Looking at Moloch board. That's the big money. Big money here. It's got brutal, so they're already going to start off at a 14-16. It doesn't stack with dread, so the wolf won't matter for that. Unless he pops dread 2, which personally, given he's got some Smoke of the Death in the army, might actually be the right play. Well of Souls. So assuming they're starting at -2, it's 13-15. He might be able to pop that unit just with the Molochs. Looks like 6 wounds with Vicious, so actually not super crazy. I don't think he has Bane Chant on that. Okay, picks up the Siegebreaker card. It's hard to see how much damage actually was dealt with. So that'll allow him to move forward and start claiming that objective. He's got to be really cautious. Not go too far forward. Goes too far forward to this other objective. There's potential for poachers on the table, especially with the Ultron. I don't know that that's going to be as big a deal. Yeah, I think they might even check for it now. See about reform options. It's early. It's only bottom of turn 3. They've got plenty of time. I don't think he has to jump on an objective. He could just start deleting everything Dustin has and go from there. But that Siegebreaker Horde's a big pickup. That was one of the key items that Justin has to do damage. And while he does have the Warlocks, they're really reliant on that Warlock bubble of +1 for all their spells for every unit within 6 inches. And there's not a lot of units to put within 6 inches of those Warlocks anymore, so we'll see. We're taking a little bit of break on table 1. Positioning right now. Looks like Jeff has committed. Jeff is committing big. Looks like he's left 1 unit of Scorching Wings to actually do everything else is declared turn. Looks like he's going to sneaky shoot the flag. And the Nightmares. He's got a front with the very weakened. Okay. So he's hitting claw shots, doing some claw shots. Now they're pretty vulnerable to getting smacked. They'll be rallied by 1, I believe. I think that kills him. At least waivers. Looks like a kill. Only rallied 1, so to 11. That's a kill. Pretty solid. Good pickup. Shooting. He only had the 1 shooting left to use. They were in cover. That was shots, I believe, from here to here perspective. I still feel like he should have shot the Warlock, but I guess he couldn't get it with the line of sight issues between him and it. Like, you don't need a whole lot of wounds on that Warlock to flick it off. But those 7 lightning bolts are really detrimental to Jeff's list. It does look like he picks up the Tunnel Runners. That's big. Picking up the Tunnel Runners, frees up the rest of the list. There's still good shooting options in Dustin's. But that's a pretty big pickup for Jeff. Scuds from this is the weakened. So they're not weak. They've been hit. They've been damaged. He hits. He's probably not going to kill Scuds, but even grounding him, stopping him from shooting, doing a lot of damage. 6 is pretty good for a 14 attack unit. Probably doesn't. Yeah. Like, very unlikely chance to kill it. But 6 wounds to Scuds. Scorch makes possible die. But, so here's the kick. So, yeah, so Nightmare's on the flank. He's got 28 dice on 3s and 4s. Good chance to kill, but it is dice are always swinging and can do things. We'll find out. Solid hits. Very good hits. But he needs 4s. And again, I'm gonna sit in my little corner and just hype up Nightmare's defense here. That was good. That was very good. That flank made all the difference. 11 still needs a 7 to kill, though. Waver would still be pretty solid here because he doesn't have access to Fury. It's once. Yeah, hits the Nightmares with a 7 twice. Well done to Jeff. Cheering. Good pickup from those. Now he just pivots to make sure that he's not going to get charged by anything. That's a huge pickup because it removes one of the best shooting options, removes one of the hardest units for him to remove. I actually almost think that given where he was positioned, if he had the option to back up, then he should have backed up. But I'm okay. I think that's a good pivot. I would have checked if the backup would have gotten him out of marker stuff before doing that. But that's okay. In the excitement, made mistakes. But his back right, the back left eliminated may have been touching faster. So, Dan. All right, so that's just going to be in the thing. This makes everything very weird. It's actually difficult to tell who's winning the game because I don't know which one's in here and which spells are poison. So I may actually make a point to try to figure that out so we can have some better content. I'm actually going to go and ask a couple. All right, getting some updates from our other game here. back over to turn 2, which is actually bottom of the top 4. The score currently is Justin has taken a pretty significant lead. Jesse's current 0. So that actually puts things a little bit more in perspective. Currently, with the Siegebreaker hordes gone on both things, Jesse really needs to get in there and start tallying up points fast. The center's actually going to be really easy, interesting. I'm actually really curious which Wells poisoned in this game, because they approached it in a. These two players approached aggressively all 3 of these because they didn't have a lot of long-range shooting, so they just came in the middle to fight. So I'm actually really curious which well is poisoned for which player, because that's going to be really relevant here. If the center is poisoned for either player or both players, it's going to slow down the rate that Justin's taking points and allow Jesse to play catch-up when he presumably takes both of these objectives and starts scoring 2 every turn. He's still behind, but there's not. It's not out of the question for Jesse to catch up and surpass if he can just beat the center here. But it does look like there's going to be some incoming damage. At least one Horde of Siegebreaker smack. But I believe he is Acronius, and the other one hitting what I believe is. I think there's a Berserker Bully. It's just really hard to see. But there's a Berserker Bully right here facing the flank, and it's punching the both souls. So I think Justin's trying to make some big, trying to get some big plays here and pick up all of these. Four wounds on the. Lots of hits there. Lots of hits. Holy shit. What a roll. I believe this is Acronius. I believe this is not the Well of Souls. But holy hell, look at that conversion. Look at all those 6s. Look at all them 6s. That's going to pop Acronius. Jesus Christ. I hope that was Acronius and not from Well of Souls. It wasn't Acronius, then Jesse loses a lot of sustain, and then it's problematic for his comeback chances here. But the Acroniuses are good for that blink damage, that Cloak of Death that's going to actually put some, like, overtime, especially against Siegebreakers who don't have, like, they have good nerf, but overtime that starts adding up, especially if the Drain Life's not being constantly applied. And against Acronius, it's going to be hard to get those blinks. So yeah, trying to take some careful positioning. That bully is actually money right now, preventing a blink charge from Molochs. I suspect, I don't actually know that he has great options over there. He's going to have to take a hinder charge almost certainly, unless he can get like an individual to like practically trap control the Molochs up here. I don't know that his Molochs had Strider. I think they were mistaken. They were. So if he comes in, he's hitting on 4s against this dragon. With the Acronius, he's going to Death Blink.
Roll better. Roll better.
There's a chance. All right, flipping back over to table 1. Looks like Dustin is taking shots or hitting. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. Trying to keep track of where he's wounding, but unfortunately, Jeff is holding the wound tokens. That's fine. I suspect it's the unit that's directly in front of stuff, which also looks like it's hard to tell, but last turn, the Salamander champion, was the last unit Jeff had, came and punched the Nightmare Horde. I actually think that was really key. That helps put a lot of damage out. He might we talked about it last game or after his last game about individual play, so he may not consider the option of coming and smacking the cannon to stop that from firing, which I actually think is more important than the Nightmares who are out of range of anything. Their threat range has effectively been negated because they turn.
Honestly, I'm just trying.
I can't see the other. Oh, he put both of them behind. The Nightmares countercharge the Salamander Veteran and Weird. Putting a lot of damage there. That removes the ability to keep those units pinned. Been really nice for Dev. He could have hit that siege engine and stopped it from continuing to fire over and over and over. Looks like the Scorchwings engage the Scuds. We're going to find out here. This is big nerve roll. Picks up that Horde of Scorchwings. Now, the key here is that that still means that this big Horde of Centaurs is about to slam the Scuds. Most likely pop him. Yeah. There are a whole lot of ways that Radagon can approach this. He could double charge the Centaur Hordes, he could charge the Scorchwings to the side. He could double charge the Scorchwings and the Centaur Horde. He could. He has all the options for how to approach this. He can use the Scorchwings to charge with the other units into the rats in the back, who look like they may have started to take blink damage. Or no, that's his Warlock. I swear, I think that not shooting that Warlock may have been the biggest damage cost in this list. 7 free lightning bolts on a unit that is 8-10 before rally. So currently it's rally biggest one. So at 9-11, you only have to hit it like twice and roll a 7, and it's done. It's shut off. A single unit of Scorchwing could potentially do that. I got it this time. But I heard that this time. All right. That was top of 5 now, I believe. I may have lost track. It's top of 5, right? 5. Okay, yeah, good. All right. Missed a turn change there, but top of 5. There's the double charge. That's a spicy double charge. Switching over to table 2. Did we get a camera bump? We might have gotten a camera bump. Or actually, I think what it was a table bump. But it's a little hard to tell. That's fine. Still a pretty good camp shot. Looks like Jesse's doing his best to position. Definitely bond. Looks like his position to take both the left and right wells. Pretty critical. He really needs to get those points to play catch up. Charges. If he picks up those siege breakers and the big bird, be a lot of damage. Looks like he's got his Warlocks playing in. This currently looks like a combat. Vicious, I think that's the Warlocks. Oh no, sorry, I take that back. That's the Well of Souls. Yeah, okay, so his Well of Souls is alive and did just do 5 wounds. Picks up a Siegebreaker board. That's a big pickup. And again, you can see that just that constant sustain from the Well of Souls keeping those key units alive throughout this game. It's pretty good. So Reform, he's not going to be able to get that center thing currently, but he is positioning to take it soon. Good job focusing on objective. Justin definitely had a big advantage getting first and taking position to stop Jesse from getting on the objectives. That's why he's got that early game lead. It's going to be interesting to see whether or not Jesse has enough time to overcome these attacks here. We've got 2 different hordes of Mohawks here punching things. Fortunately, rolling dice on both tables. We might do some bounce backs here real quick. So he's just shooting. Playing the other table at the same time here, trying to keep track of both. All right. Looking here, trying to look for damage. They just got some confidence. Table 1, Jeff versus Dustin. Jeff shooting plinked a bunch of the mid stuff, so it looks like he plinked the Ranger, plinked the Pryza, and plinked the Broodmother with his remaining Scorch Wings and other shooting elements. Does look like he backed and did some burst driving with the character, basically at least force the Nightmares to come forward and charge it or shoot it. Keep a threatening presence. It's at least doing something. So Centaur Horde, he's got 2 different Centaurs. One with Baneshant. These are going to punch. They're probably going to delete Guts here. It's pretty significant. And I do think this will give. Yep. Ooh, that's a dead Scuds. Yeah. There's no rally on Scuds, so 14 to start is pretty fucking strong. It's already at a 5. Literally just needs freeze here. It's a devastated Scuds for sure. Scuds twice, once. Jeff still has his reroll to make sure that he goes away here. So Scuds does bite the bullet. Gotta check on these reforms. Only 1 turn left in the game. It actually gets pretty interesting because reform-wise, there's still decent amount of shooting left on the table. There's still the lightning bolt. There's still both drain lives. There's still going to close it or not is going to be the big question. All right, so it's going to make Dustin's moves really quick and fast. I think probably get to the last of the turns. Bottom 5. We're going to switch back over to Jess real quick. Hopefully they figured out what they were looking at. 5. Or the Jesse Justin game. Looks like we're still talking about what this is going to do here. Not sure what their question is. Looks like they're trying to figure out exactly how things are positioned on the base. Very intricate, whatever they're asking and questioning and thinking about, trying to position. He's doing a shuffle. Oh, I see. They're trying to figure out. So the Molochs didn't kill the dragon. They're trying to see if the siege breakers in any way, shape, or form or capacity can charge by and fit against Molochs. I don't think so. It would be really close. But that's to be up to the players to determine. I think he can pull it off based on what it looks like now. It's gonna be really close, but I think he can get there. Wondering if there's anything else. All right. I'm gonna let them figure out whatever this crazy move is that they're trying to really specifically determine over on that tree. Go back and take line up watch whatever Dustin's plans are for this round. Looks like he might actually commit his forward, which is intriguing. So he's going to try to bring that into this one. Now, I think that they're just standard deck. Yes, they're literally back in worse. They're melee 5. He might have the build, so he'd be melee 5 number 1, which is at least something. But he doesn't have access to main chance, so he'd be hitting on 5s and hitting on 3s. 25 attacks. So at theoretically 8 to 10 hits, probably 8 hits, maybe 6 wounds. 5, 6 wounds. I don't know that that's necessary, other than to stop that unit from denying him his point on the other side of the table. That's pretty big. I think he just wants to make sure that Jeff can't die from the other perspective. But at the same time, I don't know that that's the right play unless he can guarantee that the Scorchwings go away. Because the Scorchwings could fly over on the top 6 and dive and prep for turn 7, where Jeff suddenly scores 4 points and takes a massive lead to Dustin scoring 0 points in the turn 7. So I don't know that I like that. Dustin's last turn would have to be for shooting Scorchwings. That's risky. I don't know that I like this. But maybe Dustin block pressure. I'm not sure where we are. We got plenty of time. It's gonna be an interesting turn. There's still at least a little bit of shooting. It looks like he's keeping the Drain Life casters out. So potentially what he might actually be doing here, what Dustin might actually is he might be committing the Warriors so that he can make Drain Life Centaurs because they're rank 2, so we can see over that. But he can't see over his own group. He's going to realistically get one of them. But Cloakadeath and Price will be stable. Okay. I think this one is Kryza. So I think Kryza is here to look at death because Kryza is lightning will not drain life. So Kryza is then going to shoot at one of the Scorchwings combined with backup fire from the other units, which will not take cover because on the hills, the fight in the world to shoot past the stuff. I think he put the other Broodmother here. That's going to try to train like the Centaurs. With that combined with the Warriors, it's a long shot, but it may be enough to kill them. The other alternative is he puts all of his shooting into the other horde, tries to pop that. That's a big Hail Mary to ask for shooting, especially now that the Nightmares are still going to be out of range. Very clutch of that hero to be able to stop them. At this point, if that hero has the rear of the cannon, of the calling it by its proper name, if it has the rear of if his Shredder, or sorry, not Shredder, his Devon Skewer, it's in charge range. It's a little hard to tell, but looks like his Wrench's able to draw left side from the other side of the table. So he still has one Death Engine Shredder that's going to take shots. Looks like that one missed. Turns on a Centaur word so far. Right. But real quick on the resolving the shooting, so that actually I can think about whatever this movement shooting is, so I can finally include it. Okay, they moved Siege Breakers there. They did it by pivoting the dragon and walking away. There we go. That was what needed to happen. Holy Christ. He does need to be an inch away. Well, maybe they're still figuring this out. Oh my God. I do understand why they're taking so much time on this. I think Justin needs to really it's probably still a 2-point center for him. I'm guessing the levels of the sides of this game. So Justin's trying to make sure that he can keep everybody in the strength out of the well for at least one more turn to make sure that he scores it. I think that's a good play. That's why it's taking so long. Gotta be careful, cautious. There's a lot of clock time being burned here, and I think they're still. I think they're on the top of 5, so there's still some time. There's still a turn left after this. He doesn't need to be able to finish it, but maybe he's just worried he's going to get tabled. Maybe there's not going to have any scoring units left, which at that point be able to take us over individual. But yeah, this is really careful play consideration. Make sure that he's getting all the points he can. He's still thinking. It sounds like the Centaur word wavered. Two wounds on a Centaur is from the Warriors, strips their Thunderous, but they are alive and wavered. Turn turns over to top of 6. So I'm 90% sure that the Centaur horde on the right is wavered. Charge the back of the Nightmares to do some damage there. Interestingly enough, this could come up. This could come up on a potential turn 7, and even on turn 6, depending on how stuff moves. But how withdrawal works, the Nightmares actually withdraw an inch forward, which can effectively grant them a speed boost to give them a 13-inch charge for next turn. That is incredibly obscure. That would ever matter. It's so rare that you ever get charged in the rear and survive. But theoretically, that could happen here. So a 13-inch charge possible for those Nightmares. Looks like just trying to fly over and land or position or steal that point from Dustin, which I think is the correct move. The other alternative is just to literally back up and take his other objective and score those points. He has some options there. Top of the turn, they should score. Then Not paying attention. Boy, them to give me the scores. Uh, for the record, it is almost exclusively the top table still playing at this point. Uh, looks like Adam Ballard's finished his game. I don't know what the results of Adam Ballard's game were because that's one of the ones I'm looking at. That's one of the close catch-ups. I'm gonna actually mute myself for a second. I figure some of those scores out while we're watching this play out. All right. Apologize for the meeting. Discussing trying to get you some updated scores as I can from the other top finishers. Every other game other than the top two tables at this point is finished. There's a couple of middle tables that are playing across the board, but for the most part, the top tables have wrapped up other than these two games. So looking back at this game, looks like the Centaur board cleared the Warrior unit. Looks like the Scorch Mike's hit the big gun. This is big. Good hits. Really good hits. Only needs threes to move it. This is big. He kills that. Potentially overruns. Turn 7 sees a big point shift. I don't think it's enough to. So again, for those who are watching or paying attention to the scores, you understand how Sparks is works. Because Dustin came in with such a large lead, it's very unlikely that Jeff will get best general. However, the shift in scores from this game will still very much determine whether or not Jeff gets a second best general or a best general. That's why we're really good attention to these little subthings. He will probably beat Dustin, but Dustin will still probably get best general. sorry, we were chatting about the in-game scores and kind of how things match up. So we're trying to keep that quiet until we have things wrapped up. I'm bullying people to go find scores for me about some of the other top tables. So doing some readjustment here before we even finish this round. We're going to have. So I'm not going to move those two out of the way yet because realistically, this game has not been scored. But that puts, at least before we score this game, these two players at the top are coming in probably, almost certainly. It's going to be really close between this Jeff and Dustin game to figure out who's coming in second and first. And it's not to discount the Justin and Jesse. They're also going to try. These scores are going to be really fucking tight for best general. Potentially affecting best overall. So we still have two games to score here. Let me shift this down. Grab these ones. Check. Grab these. Get these down. Grab these. Put them there because they're probably going to change and presumably go up. So everyone else at this point is out of the competition for best general. So we're removing those. We're just focusing on the top spread. But good efforts from a lot of tables. Adam Fowler got a 20, pushing it past high up as he went there, which is pretty big. So it looks like the Centaur Horde does get shot off in Jeff's game. That's important for that last turn. So again, assuming there's a turn 7, because we are on the bottom of 6. Potentially, could get a couple more points for these players, even out the scores. Shifting that and Jesse and Justin game. It looks like they're packing it up.
Yeah, that's it.
Not actually sure. Zach, go bother Jordan and Jesse and find out what their score is. Or Justin and Jesse and find out what their score is. Yeah. So I'm not sure if they finished or not. It's actually hard to tell. Jesse got 17 at the end. Like a 17 to 3. All right, that's significant. All right, so 17, do some math here. 70, 83. That's a big jump. Puts Jesse in good contention. And with 3 points, I believe that puts Justin, unfortunately, out of the running for the top spots. But shoots Jesse pretty high up there. Good chance. We're going to leave that. Also takes Adam out of the running, at least, for best general. All right. No. Is it 7? I'm confused now. Okay. Yeah, that's what okay, I'm not crazy. Top of 7. What's the score? Or what's the progressive score? Zach, look at Dustin. Find the sheet that they're keeping track of score. Come on. Okay. Jeff ISO. But to keep track of where the actual scores are being tabulated and how they're doing it, but that's not my job. So looks like Jeff has a pretty solid staging ground there. And the thing is, I don't think that, I mean, Dustin will score one more point realistically, because I don't think for, let's see, where's the well? So scenario wise, end of game scoring, kind of a big thing. So end of game controlled the normal well, which there's only the centerpiece is an extra point. So Dustin could potentially get 3 points on his turn, I think. No, he can only get 2 points. So Dustin would only max out at 7 extra points here, or 7 points for his progressive scoring. End of game, 3 points for controlling more wells at a given turn. Your opponent did. I don't know that they know. That could change things dramatically. I don't think Jeff ever managed to capture more than the third well, but I also don't know that Dustin can capture the center well. That would draw that bonus. So there's a bonus of plus 3 points. We're looking at things that Dustin could potentially get. If he deletes both units from the center well and gets a horde on top, that allows him to potentially jump 3 points, or to deny Radigan 3 points. Because the end of game's tabulations right now, Dustin's going to get an additional 2 points, Jeff's going to get an additional 3 points, potentially a 4th point. Is the only unpoisoned well. So Jeff's actually going to gain an extra 4 points right now, where Dustin's only going to get 2 points. But if Dustin picks up both those units and scores the center objective, that would deny all 4 bonus points while still getting him his 2 points. 2 scoring points having total higher unit strength. Well, if those points having higher total unit strength, your opponent poisoned, they do you poisoned. So actually, Dustin will get a +2 for that. So currently, we're looking at a theoretically, if nothing changed on the board, Jeff's going to get an additional 4 points, and Dustin's going to get 2 4 points. But Dustin could theoretically deny the 4 points of Jeff. So Dustin cannot win the game realistically, but he can drastically drop the scores of this game. Might have wavered the Broodmother. Oh, okay. That's big. He also already prevented them shooting, so it just means he. Well, actually, that actually is big, because that means that unless Dustin kills both units and gets one of his small characters into that center zone, he doesn't have the unit strength now to take it. Before, he could have charged the Nightmares and pulled his characters in, killed the horde, and then shifted over, and he would have had enough unit strength. But now I don't think he does. Now I think Dustin has to shoot off both, and I don't think he has enough to both. So I think that means Radigan denies him that and guarantees his 4 points from center. So I think that ends us on a 16-9 with a 7-point difference. That's my guess. That's what I'm calling right now. Would I bet my whole streaming career on that? No. But that's currently what I think it's going to end up with. Close. close. Assuming they get those points. Let's just keep going down this rabbit hole while we're waiting for this final very tight, very quick turn. It's top table, so putting them on a clock, of course, is always a bet. The best part bullies them into submitting early. So let's see here. Da-da-da-da-da. Yeah. So looking at the score, a difference of 7 points would be a 14-6. So just doing some tabulations here. So theoretically plus 6 plus 14. It's going to create some fun times. Theoretically, that would put have our second place table just jump to be the best general. Have Jeff second best general, potentially best overall at that point. Dustin Howard go to 80, either second best general or because of his good paint, potentially second best overall. Certainly puts Adam Ballard in contention for one of the best general trophies. I don't think with his painting he'll win best overall, but we'll see. It's going to be pretty close. So,
Come on, Dustin. This guy.
I don't know what just happened, but apparently, the death engine.
What happened? Roll max attacks.
Ah, I see. The game is over.
Commander veteran.
So, looks like the game is over. They're calculating score. Trying to see if they're going to notice the other bonus points. I guess he must have added the +3 somewhere in the middle of the game. I'm confused. Right, I know that one. Right, I know that one. Right, But did he also hold on? You got your No, it should be more than that. Hold on. Where's the damn well scenario? Kenneth, hold up. Where's that damn scenario? That's drilling. Where's the well? Did anyone get the +3 for controlling more wells at one point in the game? That's big. He did have 2 though at one point. He did have 2 at one point. I must have missed that. That's fine. Ah, gotcha. Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. So that's the difference. They're close. Close tabulation. What does that change effectively? So I heard it was a 82. Wait, so is it still a 14? I don't understand how they got that tabulation, but okay. Okay, interestingly enough, it comes out to the same results. At least it sounds like they've calculated that they're at the same results that we've already tabulated. But there were 3 less points than apparently we thought there were. So that's fine. There was a moment. That makes sense. Currently, that puts a pretty good spread. Those are our top 5 for general. But of course, obviously, best overall is going to play into that. You cannot both win best overall and win best general. So I expect to see some weird things there. We're going to see some people going to get. There is still a very good chance that Jeff or Dustin could win best overall, and the other one end up winning a best general. So, same with Jesse. Jesse's obviously a very high contender for one. Like he will win either best general or best overall. Now, when things get really finicky and fucky wucky, is that because of things like sports and paint, best overall may not be just battle. So it may be a weird situation where, like, let's say Jesse's paint isn't a higher score for whatever reason. I think it's already straight, but I'm not judging paint. That's not my job. So theoretically, if like the paint scores are fluctuated or the sports scores are fluctuated, you could see something where like Jesse takes like a second best overall, despite the fact that he came in first general. That's not completely unexpected. That's just how overall breaks down and how that ends up working out. Especially when the points are this close to the top. We're literally talking a 3-point spread over the top 3 generals showing up today. But from a strictly standing point of how the South ranks their players and how we submit our players for master scores, this is how that will affect Masters rankings for the South. Jesse Garrett will get a full 20 points. Dustin Howard will get the 9. Well, actually, we actually do it by overall, so that's going to affect our South rankings. So we'll see how that works out. What we're going to do is I don't have the equipment to really properly stream the award ceremony. Plus, I need to tear down my setup. So what we're going to do is I will go live on Facebook momentarily, just standard ancient phone way of doing it, stream the awards, nothing fancy. Might try doing a droid cam, we'll see. Had less success with those in the past. Yeah, we included all the games. Thanks everyone for watching. Looks like Scorchlings, they technically won every single game they played, just for the record. It's just that Dustin had bigger wins. Jesse had bigger wins, the wins that he got. So that's just the intent of the scoring system is to play the scenario well. We'll go ahead and call it there. We're going to end the stream on that note. Everyone have a wonderful rest of the day. We'll get you those scores. We'll get you that live stream of the awards here once everyone's packed up and we're good to go.